Xenos Invaders. They came from the dark places between the stars, from the abyss into which even the Emperor's angels fear to gaze. Monstrous in form, endless in number, the swarm descended to devour all. The Xenos threat. Multitudinous are the Xenos that inhabit the galaxy, and all are hated and reviled by the Imperium. Some have been a thorn in humanity's side since the first colonies beyond Terra were settled. Others have only been encountered in recent years. Some have sector-spanning empires, others dwell only on a single world. It matters not whether Eldari, Ork, Tyranid, Tau, or Necron. All are a dire threat to the Imperium of Man. The Eldari once ruled the galaxy, their vast empire spanning its entirety. Such was their technological mastery that stars lived and died at their whim, and worlds dedicated to their pleasure were created. Their incredible technologies made them masters of war, able to defeat even the most terrible foes. Yet, everything the Eldari had ever created came crashing down in the cataclysm known as the Fall, which annihilated much of their race and completely destroyed their empire. Some of those few Imperial scholars with knowledge of the period believe that this disastrous event caused the manifestation of the Chaos God Slanesh, and that this warp entity has hunted the Eldari ever since, its appetite for their souls insatiable. The terrible calamity of the Fall fragmented and scattered the Eldari race into a number of disparate factions, each battling to escape the embrace of She Who Thirsts, or fight back in one way or another. In the millennia since, these responses have come to define the cultures and martial traditions of these societies. Although but fractal reflections of their race's former glory, the craft world-dwelling Asuryani, the murderous Drakari, the enigmatic Harlequins, and the newly emerged Inari are significant players on the galactic stage. The Necrons, a race of deathless androids from the prehistory of the galaxy, spent tens of millions of years in hibernation until the days of the 41st millennium. Glistening phalanxes of metal warriors, accompanied by talon-limbed horrors, spectral assassins, and esoteric battle engines, emerge from long-forgotten tombs. Such are the hosts led by the Necron Lords, who are bent on reclaiming ancient empires and pursuing feuds millions of years old. While the behavior of awoken tomb worlds varies, the majority are highly aggressive, launching anything from small-scale raids to genocidal actions against enemies on their planets and further afield. Such hostility has brought the Necrons into conflict with all of the galaxy's major races. Orks are a plague upon the stars, an endless green tide of brutish beasts that thrive on war, fighting, violence, and killing. So numerous and dangerous are they that should the entire race be united into a single force, Imperial researchers believe that they could conquer the entire galaxy. Fortunately for the Imperium, orcs are as likely to fight each other as any other species. And there is virtually no other form of Xenos that has not fought long, bloody wars against the greenskin menace. The Eldari of craft-world Votann hold a particular hatred for them, seeing their presence on any world as a tenacious infection. The Tau, after failed attempts at assimilating the Orks into their empire, declared them unworthy of such an honor, and established numerous protocols and defenses to contain further greenskin assaults on their domain. Many look upon the Orks with disdain and misjudge the threat they and their ramshackle vehicles, driven with unconcealed joy by their maniacal drivers, pose. Orcish ingenuity has proven itself in battle time and time again. However, and the death toll for underestimating the greenskins is incalculable. Totally committed to their ideal of the greater good, or Tau Va, the Tau are a young, technologically sophisticated, and ambitious race determined to share their creed with the rest of the galaxy. Such an ideology has led them to establish contact with numerous species. Those that do not join them are destroyed, and the Tau Fire Warriors have gained much experience cleansing new colony worlds of their inhabitants. The Tau's short but noteworthy history tells of rapid expansion from their home world in the Eastern Fringe, enabled by extremely advanced technology, formidable battle suits, and constant innovation. They have already fought many wars against the Imperium, disabusing humanity of the preconception that the Tau are just another short-lived upstart empire. The Tyranids are a Xenos race totally driven by consuming all life in the galaxy, coming from beyond the intergalactic void. Traversing these stars in vast, living hive fleets, their invasion swarms descend upon any worlds in their path with a single deadly purpose: to feed. Each and every Tyranid bioform and weapon is a highly evolved organism with a singular purpose for which it is perfectly suited. Where these creatures from beyond the stars go, nothing but dead worlds stripped of every cell of biomass are left behind. The Tyranids care not for the nature of what they consume, and countless species have been eradicated by them. The vast genetic resource accumulated by the hive fleets in wars against the Imperium, Orks, and Eldari have all contributed to the adaptation and spawning of different specialized bioforms, only making the Tyranids even more dangerous. Stowing away on Imperial ships, Tyranid gene stealers infiltrate human worlds with the intention of infecting as many of the planet's population with alien genetic structures as possible. The cults that form around these gene stealers are insidious and remain hidden, all the while infiltrating the local governments and sabotaging communications and supplies. The cults themselves are psychic beacons that draw Tyranid hive fleets to the planet. When they arrive, the cultists welcome them as gods descending from the heavens to save them, rising against their former imperial overlords. Such a rebellion wreaks havoc and destabilizes the world's leadership and military, making it easy pickings for the Tyranids' endless swarms. Countless Xenos species swarm between the stars, and new threats to the Imperium are identified all the time. inimical species such as the hyper-violent Barghesi and the chronomatic Hrud, parasites like the Enslavers, the Chitterics, or the Forpex, even mercenary races such as the Kroot, the Serpentine Slith, or the repugnant Moktori Bone Eaters, all fight for survival and conquest amidst the endless galactic war. Craft World Eldari. Since the cataclysmic event known as the Fall, the Asuryani have plied the stars in vast space vessels known as craft worlds. Once ruling an empire spanning the length and breadth of the galaxy, these Eldari represent but a fragment of their former power. Nonetheless, they are a proud people who fight their war for survival with immense skill and wondrous technology. A dying race, the Asuryani have been in perpetual decline since the fall. In the 41st millennium, the Asuryani are amongst the least numerous of the Imperium's foes. Despite this, their incomparable grasp of psychic power, long lives enabling decades of military training, highly advanced technology, and ruthless determination to survive make them incredibly deadly enemies. When Asuryani war hosts strike, they do so from hidden webway portals or from their craft world's sleek and elegant warships. With such few numbers relative to those of other major players on the galactic stage, the Asuryani commit to battle only to achieve the greatest results while minimizing their losses. They give no warning when they strike, and the motivations behind their attacks are near impossible for their enemies to determine. They make offers of allegiance without warning also, often disguised as a hidden blade. More than one Imperial garrison has found itself beset by foes before being relieved by graceful Eldari warriors and war machines, only then to be turned upon by those who were their saviors shortly before. All such acts contribute to a reputation for unpredictability and perfidiousness. For the Eldari and a select few of the Imperium who have learned of their ways, the reality is very different. Every act of war is carefully decided based on a detailed reading of the Scions of Fate, debated at length by council of Farseers, warlocks, and senior military leaders. Many disparate craft worlds sail the stars, each an independent entity with its own beliefs, culture, and way of war. Bothway is known for its formidable seers and ceaseless fight against chaos. Votann is highly aggressive, deploying large numbers of aspect warriors to destroy new human colonies, burgeoning orc infestations, and other incursions by lesser races. More than any other, Eondin commits the souls of its dead to war in wraithbone constructs, having been terribly bloodied by the Tyranids of Hive Fleet Kraken. Same Han's aggressive Windrider hosts have perfected fighting from the saddles of their lightning-fast jet bikes. Lyatok's numerous outcasts act as its eyes and ears, and its warriors have been identified engaging the soulless androids of the Necrons on multiple worlds. The Asuryani have developed the Path system, in which they each dedicate a portion of their life to a single discipline before taking on another. Though harsh, this system prevents the slide into excess all Eldari are vulnerable to. Although many of the paths are civilian in nature, for example those of the poet, potter, artist, and musician, a good number are martial. The path of the warrior has an irresistible lure to almost all Asuryani, and those who choose to follow it join a temple dedicated to a single aspect of Cain, the Eldari god of war. These aspect warriors form the backbone of the craft world armies, each squad performing a dedicated role. Fire dragons are experts in anti-tank combat. They are fusion guns capable of melting through the thickest armor with ease. Striking scorpions slip in and out of cover as they silently advance to rip their enemies apart with chainswords. Crimson hunters race overhead at supersonic speeds, dominating the skies with their craft's deadly laser weapons. Dark reapers, howling banshees, shining spears, warp spiders, dire avengers, swooping hawks, all and more are found on Eldari craft worlds and play an essential part in their race's war for survival. In their lifetime, many Eldari return to the path of the warrior multiple times before taking the path of command. Such Asuryani are called autarchs and lead their craft world's armies in the field. The aspect warriors do not always number enough for the task at hand. So few are the Asuryani that they train each of their citizens in the craft of war. Known as guardians, these squads of militia are still highly skilled warriors. While often fighting on foot, they are also expert riders of Wind Rider and Viper jet bikes, skilled in aggressive reconnaissance as war walker pilots, and bringers of death from afar as support weapon crew. Not least, they pilot the engines of Vol, the Asuryani's elegant and deadly anti-grav tanks and transports. Shielded wave serpents race to deliver their cargo of warriors to the front lines. Night spinners launch clouds of lethal monofilament wire that saturate the battlefield with death, and fire prisms unleash hugely powerful lasers capable of piercing armor as easily as a shuriken slices bare flesh. Every Asuryani wears a spirit stone on their person, its purpose to capture their essence in the moment of their death, so that it does not fall into Slaaneash's open maw. Once secured, their spirit is released into the Infinity Circuit, the psychic matrix that runs through the core of every craft world. This not only ensures an afterlife for the Asuryani, but allows the living to commune with the dead. In times of war, however, spirit stones are often placed in huge wraithbone constructs to power them. Even the smallest Wraithguard and Wraithblade looms over the living Eldari warriors around them, with the gigantic Wraithlords twice the size again and gargantuan Wraith Knights as tall as an Imperial Knight. Combined, these ghost warriors form Wraith hosts, implacable walls of psychoplastic armed with some of the most fearsome weapons in the Eldari arsenal. Under the peerless command of an Autarch, and guided by the future-reading power of the Farseers, together the various Asuryani hosts fight with a power greater than the sum of their parts. Each individual and squad fit into carefully laid plans seamlessly. Every swift strike, nimble withdrawal, and onslaught of deadly accurate fire perfectly carried out to inflict as much damage as possible in the shortest time. Drakari. The Drakari are sadistic killers who feed off the despair, anguish, and suffering of their victims. Rapacious slavers, they raid their unsuspecting enemies with lightning speed before vanishing back to their lairs in Kamarad, the twisted nether city that lurks in the darkest corners of the webway. The wise fear the dark city of Kamarad and its twisted inhabitants. Sheltered in the webway since before the fall, the Drakari have thrived on violence, decadence, depravity, and excess. As time has drawn on, they have only grown more addicted to each in their drive to stave off death and an eternity of unbearable torment in the clutches of she who thirsts. Arrogance is a trait found in all Drakari, from the most inexperienced Kobolite to the wizened Archon who recalls life before the fall. Having survived this catastrophe practically unscathed, the Kamarites felt little of the humbling imposed upon their Asurnari kin. Seeing no real decline in their strength or power, such a concept as repentance is practically unknowable to them. In no small part due to this, the Drakari feel no shame or concern in the seizing of billions of slaves from lesser races, and inflicting unspeakable horror upon them to feed their insatiable lust for extreme acts of perversion, decadence, and torture. Kamarad has always been a city of obscene wealth, shameless excess, and bloody internal strife, and this has only grown worse since the Drakari learned that such things are sufficient to deny she who thirsts their souls and grant them everlasting life. The great diversity of Eldari characters that were drawn to Kamarag's unique delights and experiences before the fall has since evolved as the Dark City's needs have changed, and many warring factions have emerged, each tailoring its activities to the demands of Kamarag's vast population. With the Dark City having access to hidden webway gates on thousands of planets throughout the galaxy, the Drakari are able to raid, slaughter, and plunder at will. Since the emergence of the Great Rift, or Dathidian as it's known to the Eldari, many worlds thought impregnable are now vulnerable, something that Drakari of all stripes have not hesitated to exploit to its furthest extent. Resembling criminal gangs, militant cartels, and noble households, the armies of the Cabals are amongst the most recognizable Drakari. Clad in sleek bladed armor, their devilish raids are commanded by Archons and made at enormous speeds. Their warriors mounted in gravity-defying flocks of barb-prowed raiders and venom transports. Even as the vessels descend from the skies, the Kabalites' splinter weapons spit torrents of crystal shards that subject their targets to hideous pain. Every scream is sweet music to the Kabalites, who revel in the thrill of the hunt, the torment they cause, demonstrating their superiority over the galaxy's lesser races, while partaking in debaucherous murder. Their raids yield countless millions of slaves with each passing day, sold in Kamarag's vast flesh markets to be subjects for sick experiments, worked to death in choking and hellish weapon factories, or tormented, their drawn-out end giving untold pleasure and great sustenance to their buyers. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of Cabals vying for supremacy in Kamarag, each with their own agendas and styles of warfare. The Cabal of the Blackheart is the greatest and oldest of its kind, and the personal army of Astrobal Vecht, supreme overlord of Camarog. The crimson armored cabal of the Flayed Skull are noted for their mastery of aerial combat. The cabal of the Obsidian Rose's perfectly crafted weaponry is the envy of all in Camarog. The cabal of the Poisoned Tongue is notorious for its skill in the art of infiltration, even amongst their duplicitous race. No matter a cabal's idiosyncrasies, however, all must win battles and seize captives to survive. The many thousands of witch cults have evolved out of Camarog's insatiable appetite for depraved sensations. Not every Drakari wages war in real space, feasting off the pain of the fallen, yet all need sustenance. The daily and gruesome gladiatorial combats displayed by the witch cult in their hellish arenas satisfy the masses' deep needs. Each witch is an expert in the art of death and maiming, able to extract the maximum amount of pain from every thrust of the impaler or slash of the blade. All witches thrive on competition and constantly strive to outshine their rivals and show off their mesmerizing skill. The arena is not the only place where they can do this. Many of their number relish taking to the field of battle to test their worth against the myriad monsters and creatures the galaxy holds. Supported by reavers mounted on agile jetbikes and drug-fueled hellions riding nimble skyboards, the witches cut through their foes with breathless ease as they are driven ecstatic by the suffering they cause. As with the cabals, the witches use these raids to take captives of their own. While many might be sold upon returning to Camarog, many more are kept by the cult. Myriad beasts and species dwell throughout the galaxy, each feeling pain and expressing misery in unique ways. The witch cult endeavors to showcase unique delights to their cheering spectators, and many of their strikes into real space are set the task of seizing never-before-seen wonders to torture and slay on the sands of their gladiatorial pits. Dwelling in dungeon strongholds in the very bowels of the Dark City, the abhorrent homunculi spark dread even amongst their own kin. Yet these malevolent torturer alchemists possess the power, through eldritch science and forbidden lore, to revivify even the most brutally slain Kabbalite or witch. Jealously do the homunculi coven guard their secrets, for the denizens of the Dark City will pay richly to guarantee resurrection in the event of untimely death. Not only this, but the homunculi also possess the gruesome knowledge and facilities needed to grow cloned Drakari in the amniotic breeding walls of their lairs. For a species with so low a birth rate and so brutally high a tally of attrition through murder, warfare, and duplicity, this monopoly on creation makes the homunculi powerful indeed. They conduct raids for their own horrifying and hideous ends, leading armies of laboratory-created abominations when they do. Huge engines of pain constructed from tortured flesh and metal, flawlessly obedient racks and insane grotesques inspire terror in their enemies as they carve them apart, seizing the most intriguing of victims for their masters to take back to Camarog. Though these traits are common to most covens, each is a unique entity. Some create ever more monstrous minions with which to further their goals. Others take great pains to lure their targets into deadly traps. Many develop the arts of fear to new and terrible heights. Comrade society is defined by cutthroat politics, rivalry, treachery, and paranoia. No one Drakari can truly trust another. An offer of allegiance can easily disguise the point of a blade or the end of a splinter pistol. Every drop of wine or bite of food at a feast can contain deadly, untraceable toxins. Thus it is, thus it always shall be. The supreme overlord of the Dark City would have it no other way. By such means are his people strengthened, his rivals kept occupied, and his supremacy assured. Harlequins. The Harlequins are devoted servants of Sigurach, the Laughing God, the only deity of the Eldari pantheon to survive the fall. In his name do they wage their war against the servants of Slaanesh, and play their cruel tricks upon their foes. Fighters of immense speed and agility, the Harlequins make battle a lethal dance. Every leap, thrust, charge, and parry is a perfectly choreographed step designed to bring about swift death to any foe. Clad in hollow suits that turn every deft movement and graceful stride into a polychromatic blur, they leave their terrified opponents facing little more than lethal geists. When the Harlequins choose to reveal themselves to their victims, their masks change, forming nightmarish images. Lightweight flip belts use anti-grav technology to allow their wearers to weave through dense terrain and over formidable obstacles with frightening ease in a ballet of psychedelic colors. Despite the haze that characterizes the Harlequins' every move, the kiss of their blades is undeniably real. Even facing one Harlequin on the battlefield is to fight a ghost set on causing as much mayhem as possible. To fight an entire mask is to engage in a mirage of blades and shuriken, and a riotous confusion of sound and color. Together, troops of Harlequins work in perfect synchronicity. Each attack is a dance of death, a waltz of bloodshed, and everyone tells a tale from Eldari legend. Each Harlequin knows their place, the exact time to swing a blade or pull a trigger. They make war into art, although to the untrained eye, none of this is perceptible. Such is its subtlety and the skill and speed with which it is applied. The Harlequin's lightning speed on foot is supplemented by hosts of rapidly moving anti-grav vehicles and jet bikes, striking from the webway at extreme velocity. Starweaver transports bring hosts of warriors into battle. Voidweaver gunships blast the enemy with prismatic and haywire cannons, and Skyweaver jet bikes achieve nigh impossible feats of aerial acrobatics as they strike down foe after foe. Elite specialists lead and join the masks. Troop masters direct every move like the greatest impresario. Death jesters launch volleys of heavy shuriken, seeking out key targets to bring down. And mysterious shadow seers drench the battlefield with phantasmic power to terrify and misdirect. Solitaires are such masters of combat that they can do the bloody work of entire armies with their esoteric weaponry. Through the sacrifice they have made for such abilities are horrifying to comprehend. comprehend. Every troop, mask, and grand mask is unique, though they all fight Sigarak's war against Slaanesh. How they do this varies. The Midnight Sorrow fight chaos more aggressively than any other. The Frozen Stars care only for the restoration of the Eldari race. The Dreaming Shadow do whatever it takes to prevent the rebirth of the Necrons. Countless others have their own agendas. To achieve their aims, they are given singular freedom to move between the Eldari factions, and have been instrumental in uniting their race when needed most. Inari, known as the Pathless, or the Reborn, the Inari are followers of Yanid, the Eldari god of the dead. A rising force in the galaxy, they believe that through the death of every Eldari, Yanid will rise and defeat the Chaos god Slaanesh forever. The Inari are made up of the Eldari from every faction of their dying race. They believe in the ancient prophecy that when the last of their peoples die, the slumbering god of the dead, Yanid, will awaken and slay Slaanesh, their most feared and hated enemy. It is also their belief that this can be achieved without the true death of their race. Thus the Asuryani, Drukhari, Harlequins, and others come together under the leadership of Urain, the emissary of Yanid. Such diverse hosts as those fielded by the Inari fight in a unique manner, with Eldari who have never fought side by side combining their skills in deadly fashion. Kabbalite warriors unleash hails of agonizing splinters into the foe alongside Asuryani guardians launching volleys of armor-piercing shuriken. Harlequin troops perform their dances of death amongst Drukhari witch cults, cutting down enemies ensnared in the witches' shard nets. Windrider jet bikes race sky reavers across the battlefield, their riders whooping and laughing as they gun down enemies in droves. In addition to the impeccable warrior skills that all trained Eldari possess, as Inari they have access to energies that none of their kin elsewhere have. They can harness the power of the dead. When the Inari clash with their foes and bloodshed begins, they have the ability to siphon the souls of the slain, as well as those within the spirit stones they wear, to invigorate their attacks. Such an infusion enables them to fight with preternatural speed and unleash psychic powers that strike down enemies in seconds or fortify their kin. This makes them a deadly foe indeed, for should an enemy have the upper hand and slay a great many Inari, the Eldari will only be strengthened, fighting back with greater ferocity and vigor. This absorption of power makes each Inari a living horde of souls. Denying Slaanesh its bounty in such a way deeply angers she who thirsts, and holding so much power within them makes each Inari a sumptuous bounty to the Chaos God. Representing gluttonous feasts as well as dangerous threats, the Inari are uniquely targeted by Slaanesh, such that wherever they go, despite the hope they may offer by denying the Eldari race's greatest enemy its feast, death always follows them. Varain and her loyal bodyguard, the Visarch, are unmoved by this threat. Neither are they persuaded to abandon the quest to restore Yanid by those of the other factions who see them as dangerous or even tainted. With the support of invaluable allies, such as the Eldrad Ulthuan of Ulthwé and Iana Arianel of Eoden, and the ability to release the immense power of the Incarni, the Avatar of Yanid formed the fracturing of Bealtawn's Craftworld's Infinity Circuit. Rain remains determined that the salvation of the Eldari race is in her god's hands. Necrons. After 60 million years in hibernation, the android legions of the Necrons rise across the galaxy. Armies of burnished steel, once dormant and hidden, march again, inexorable in their advance to restore their ancient empire. Armed with arcane technology, nigh impervious to damage, and led by maniacal overlords, few Xenos races are as terrifyingly dangerous. Aeons ago, in a time of apocalyptic war between some of the first sentient beings in the galaxy, the Necron sold their souls in their greed for the secret of eternal life, being born again as the Necrons. Thus did beings of flesh become beings of metal. The story of these events is shrouded in myth and allegory, even to the most ancient races. All that can be gleaned is that it was seen fit to commit the Necrons to the Great Sleep, legions of warriors placed into stasis crypts alongside esoteric battle engines, ready to wake again to rebuild and reclaim. Now that they have risen, they strike out, slaying those younger races who have since settled their worlds and dispatching fleets that cleanse the stars of lesser species. The Necrons command technologies that are capable of bending the laws of physics to their will, possessing an understanding of the sciences far exceeding that of the Imperium. On the battlefield, its effects are truly devastating. Even the Gauss flares, carried by the most rudimentary Necron warriors, unleash precision volleys of disassembling beams that can strip away almost any material to its constituent atoms in seconds. And even armored fighting vehicles are vulnerable to its fearsome power. Tesla weapons discharge bolts of living lightning that engulf the target, immolating and melting flesh and metal with equal impunity. Beam weapons use faster-than-light tectonic particles to transmute a sliver of metal into a lance of energy that simply erases the foe it strikes out of existence. When the Necron traded their flesh and blood bodies for cold metal forms, they exchanged all the weaknesses of mortality for the unbendable strength of the machine. Those unfortunate enough to face the Necron in battle quickly learned that their traditional tactics and weaponry are of little avail against this new foe. Steel warriors march on its lockstep, immune to the bullets and flames that would lay low mere mortals. When heavy weapons are brought to bear against the Necrons, severed limbs made of living metal claw their way back together. The fallen Necron lurching back to its feet to continue its war of extermination and conquest. To witness such a harrowing sight is unsettling indeed, and is to know how hopeless resistance truly is. Those damaged beyond repair simply phase out, leaving no trace of their former presence. The majority of such vanished Necrons are not, in fact, destroyed. Rather, they are teleported back across time and space to their tomb complex, where arcane machineries make them ready to march to war again. Though indomitable phalanxes of steel infantry are the core around which the Necron legions pivot, other forms take their place in the sea of metal, each a deadly force in their own right. Canoptic constructs that guarded the sleeping Necron for millions of years turn their energies to the attack. Spiders coordinating the terror-inducing wraiths and tides of armor-crippling scarabs. Battle engines drawn from techno-armories make their presence known on the battlefield with crackling energy charges. Clouds of menacing night scythes and doom scythes dominating the skies as colossal monoliths, obelisks, and doomsday arcs creep forward relentlessly. Insane destroyer cults, motivated purely by the desire to annihilate the living, attack with blades flashing and cannons firing. Deathmarks assassinate enemy leaders after spending days hidden in pocket dimensions of reality. Most dangerous and mysterious of all are the Catan shards. Disparate and contradictory records describe them as star gods enslaved by the Necrons before their slumber. Beings of near unlimited power, when unleashed from their terrible prisons by the Necrons, their actions are terrifying to behold. They can manipulate the flow of time, control the minds of lesser beings, direct blasts of deadly energy, and achieve all manner of nigh impossible feats. The lords and overlords who command these armies have woken from their slumber with much of their personality, motivations, and memories intact, unlike their lesser subjects, most of whom had their minds mutilated by the experience. In the eyes of these rulers, the galaxy is theirs to reclaim, and the races that populate it little more than vermin to be exterminated or dust to be swept away. Though each lord and overlord's ambitions will vary wildly, many have had their agendas distorted into near madness by the long passage of time. Most revolve around the accruing of power and influence. Should this mean infighting, coups, and plots, then so be it. Such behaviors are part of Necron society, in which power is held by the cunning and the ruthless. At the height of its glory, the Necron Empire was a tapestry of countless interlocking dynasties, each making a crown world of its own its home. Though the Necrons have been awakening slowly for thousands of years, the number of dynasties rising to restore their former territories has surged in recent centuries. Many of the awoken dynasties have reached prominence, earning new reputations in the dying days of the 41st millennium. The Zarkon dynasty is the Silent King's own, and those who belong to it are arrogant masters of Blackstone. The Saltek dynasty is amongst the most ambitious and powerful. Its Pharaon Imhotep, the Stormlord, seeking to unite all the Necron under his banner. The Mephrit's overlords once were famous for their arsenal of star-killing weaponry, and compete for power in the aftermath of their Pharaon's death. The Nephrek are masters of translocation beam, able to lead their armies from system to system with terrifying rapidity. Orks. Tough, brutal, relentlessly thuggish, and impossibly numerous, the Orks are one of the most dangerous species in the galaxy. Thriving on battle and mayhem, they have been a dire threat to humanity since before the dawn of the Imperium, their marauding warbands turning up in every corner of the galaxy. When the Orks attack, they fill the air with their bestial roars, the thunderous growls of revving engines, and the deep booms of their crude artillery. They sweep on like an onrushing tidal wave, wreathed in choking clouds of dust and filthy exhaust fumes. Mobs of Orks storm forwards clad in patchwork armor, swinging brutal weapons with savage joy. Many race into battle aboard armored trucks and wagons, whose gaping exhausts belch thick black smog even as their massive guns hammer furious and usually wildly inaccurate volleys of fire into the foe. As the orcs surge towards their foes, they display a singular lack of concern for the dangers they face or the casualties inflicted amongst their fellows. So inhumanly resilient is the orc physiology that they frequently ignore multiple gunshot wounds or even the loss of limbs in their eagerness to get to the fight. The explosive demise of their fellows' war engines or combat walkers, meanwhile, prompts little more than raucous cheers and catcalls from the orcs nearby. The carnage truly begins when the orcs reach the enemy lines. Numbers, momentum, and sheer ferocity combine into a thunderous charge more akin to a living avalanche than an attacking army. Orcs hack down opposing infantry with their choppas, or turn them to bloody mulch with revving kill saws. They crush foes to death with brutal power claws, or riddle them with fusillades of crude firepower at point-blank range. Every greenskin revels in the brutal anarchy of the action, not once slowing down in their joyful fury, egged on by the rest of the boys in their mob and by the mighty war bosses who lead them. Once an enemy is destroyed, the orcs set upon the corpses of the dead, greenskin and foe alike, and the thousands of wrecked vehicles strewn across the battlefield, aiming to loot anything of value. A lump of twisted steel that will make for a perfect axe, orcs' teeth, the currency of the greenskins, and entire tanks are all taken by the marauding Xenos. Fights amongst them are common, whether it be over the richest pickings, leadership of the various warbands, or very often out of sheer boredom now that the battle is over. These frequent brawls are a form of entertainment in their own right, with the diminutive Gretchen running between the legs of jeering boys, taking bets and enjoying seeing their larger, bullying cousins taking a beating for a change. Made up of so many highly competitive and violent warbands, tribes, and clans, the orc race has an immense propensity for infighting, and many imperial scholars assert strongly that this self-destructive behavior is the only thing stopping the greenskins from taking over much of the galaxy. It takes a particularly large and powerful individual to steer greenskins towards a common purpose, for orc society is one based on a simple hierarchy. Might is right and biggest is best. The bigger and stronger a greenskin is, the more likely he will be in charge. The very biggest and strongest orcs conquer vast numbers of lesser tribes before folding them into their own, resulting in a great wag, a rampage that can be described as something between a holy war, invasion, and migration, fit to drown entire star systems in wave upon wave of greenskins. In recent times, the Imperium has encountered more wags than ever before, thinning its depleted and overstretched defenses. 6 major clans have been identified amongst orc society. The Goth clan consists of hulking black-clad brutes who specialize in close-quarter infantry assault. The speed-crazed Evil Sons race into battle on customized trucks, war bikes, and other vehicles fitted with all kinds of weird weapons and daubed with generous lashings of red paint, which the orcs believe make them go faster. The blood axes are viewed askance by other orcs and rarely trusted, for they engage in such unorky practices as planning their battles beforehand and wearing camouflage. Daubed in lucky blue paint, the Death Skulls are looters and thieves supreme, while the Bad Moons are by far the richest orcs. Their fast-growing teeth allow them to buy the biggest guns and deck their vehicles with gold plating and flashy decorations. Traditionalists by orc standards, meanwhile, the snakebites favor simple forms of warfare. There are some who are outcast from their clans, known as freebooters. These piratical orcs rampage around the galaxy, looking for loot and opportunities to sow mayhem and destruction. The orcs as a whole are not complex beings, and their society, for all its apparent barbarity, is a robust one. As long as there are foes to fight, the orcs will keep fighting them, spreading ever further across the stars until they are either defeated at last or conquer all. Tau Empire. Dynamic and supremely confident, the Tau have established a powerful empire built around their philosophy of the Tau Va, or greater good. Incredibly ambitious, they believe their fusion of ideology and military technology conquers all. To the Tau, there are only those who will embrace the Tau Va, and those who must be shown the error of their ways for failing to do so. United by their unshakable commitment to the Tau Va, the Tau believe unreservedly that it is their destiny to bring hope and enlightened rule to a benighted galaxy. With a highly developed and rapidly advancing mastery of technological innovation, their people have brought light to the darkness of bleak stars. The Tau do not hesitate to defend their ideology or propagate it on the field of battle. Where their armies of fire warriors and alien allies excel at applying enormous firepower and precisely coordinated strikes to cripple their enemies and bring them to their knees. The Tau society is made up of 5 castes. The water caste provides silken-voiced diplomats and wily traders. The earth caste provides fastidious scientists and assiduous logisticians. The air caste breeds daring pilots and tireless spacecraft crew. From the fire caste are drawn the Tau skilled soldiery, derived from the physically strongest of the Tau's race's original tribes. They have been selectively bred over centuries to further improve upon these natural advantages, so that each fire warrior is robust, aggressive, and courageous. Finally, the Tau are led by the ethereal caste, mysterious individuals of unknown origin who command respect and loyalty without question. Many Imperial observers suspect that that means by which the Ethereals have secured their rank and influence can only be nefarious, such as the devotion they inspire. The warriors of the fire caste are born and bred to be soldiers. Those who reach the highest ranks of command will have served the greater good for decades. And no fire warrior is permitted to leave the military except through old age or death. During their service, each warrior employs some of the most advanced war gear in the galaxy. The Earth caste scientists furnish them with enormously powerful weapon systems, highly advanced battle suits and armor, and even artificial intelligence systems that can serve in any role from reconnaissance to fire support. The Tau recognize that individually they may lack the sheer brawn of the Orc or the speed of the Eldari, but united by their ideology and backed by their technology, they know there is no foe they cannot defeat. On the battlefield, the Tau are masters of combined arms warfare. Squads of fire warriors lay down torrents of pulse rifle fire as veterans in crisis battlesuits use their jetpacks to leap in and out of cover, blasting the enemy with a fearsome array of weapons. Hammerhead gunships destroy enemy armor with pinpoint railgun shots as swarms of seeker missiles hunt remorselessly for their targets. Overhead, nimble razor shark strike fighters duel with enemy aircraft as sun shark bombers ensure no ground target escapes the Tau's reach. Amongst the deadliest of all are the Riptide battlesuits and Storm Surge artillery walkers, vast assets wielding some of the most advanced weapons in the Tau arsenal. Under their commander's wise leadership, these elements work closely together to bring about the most efficient defeat of the enemy. Never a numerous race, the Tau do not employ the tactics of attrition evinced by the Astra Militarum, Orks or Tyranids. While the tides of war may dictate sacrifice in the name of the greater good, no Tau military assets are considered disposable. All have a role to play, and the Tau avoid any kind of static defense or wasteful last stands unless left with no options. Even their fortifications are equipped with anti-grav units so that they are able to redeploy to advantageous battlefield positions. Tactical retreats or secure lives or create new avenues for achieving victory are seen as honorable and praiseworthy. The Tau approach to war is as philosophical as it is practical. Numerous strategies have been developed over many years that are carefully studied by every member of the Fire Caste. The collected wisdom of old heroes is ever a source of inspiration for Tau commanders, who can utilize Arch of War, such as the Mont-Ka, the Killing Blow, or the Kalyan, the Patient Hunter. Whichever philosophy is deemed best suited to destroying the foe in the given battlefield situation will be applied. Though they have conquered world after world in the name of the greater good, it is the Tau Empire's preference to assimilate alien races they discover rather than make war with them. Thanks to the lustrous diplomatic skill of the Water Caste, many races have been welcomed into the embrace of the Tau Ra and become valued partners in furthering the great cause, including the Kroot, Vespids, Terillians, Vikasar, and the Gaug. Even some human worlds have allowed themselves to be subsumed. The Imperium has not failed to notice that those who reject peaceful offerings of the Tau Empire are swiftly invaded and often destroyed. Thus is mankind reminded of the duplicity of the alien. No matter their winsome promises, they seek nothing but domination over mankind. With each distinct period of their empire's growth, known as spheres of expansion, the Tau have learned more of the horrors lurking amongst the stars. They have suffered incredible losses and devastating setbacks, but they remain undeterred. Nothing will prevent them from unifying the galaxy. Such is their tenacity that they continue to expand their stellar empire regardless of hardships or setbacks. With every victory, the Tau know they grow ever closer to fulfilling their destiny. Tyranids. The Tyranids have invaded the galaxy from beyond the intergalactic void, their hive fleets slithering like tendrils into every region of the galaxy. Driven by the imperatives of the almighty hive mind, their swarms sweep over world after world in a living tide of biological killing machines, and seek to devour every last shred of biomass in their path. Though only identified relatively recently, The Tyranid hive fleets have quickly been recognized as one of the gravest threats to not only the Imperium, but to any form of life in the galaxy. Consisting of seemingly unending numbers of bioconstructs, ranging from microorganisms to colossal hive ships, each hive fleet advances relentlessly through the void. As it does so, it consumes all organic matter in its path, converting this biomass to yet more Tyranid creatures and hive ships. In scant centuries, the Imperium has identified a multitude of these hive fleets, such as Behemoth, Kraken, Hydra, and Gorgon. Each has its own strategies and biomorphs, many of which have manifested as swift generational adaptations in response to the strengths and tactics of the enemies that the Tyranid swarms face. The horror of a Tyranid assault on a prey world begins long before the first bioconstruct sets foot on the surface. The unfortunate planet is first engulfed in a psychic signal that renders it utterly silent, all warp travel and communication made possible. This mysterious and dread phenomenon has been named the Shadow in the Warp, and it is the harbinger of doom. It leaves the people of Imperial worlds unable to escape their fate, or to call for reinforcements that might be their salvations. When the Tyranids strike, the prey world is beset by endless waves of predatory creatures, each optimally adapted to overwhelm the specific forms of opposition arrayed against them. Many of these invaders are further enhanced with vicious biomorphs, ranging from toxin sacs and adrenal glands to wicked claws and grotesque biocannons. Even the Tyranids' weapons are living organisms, firing frantically carnivorous beetles and larvae eager to burrow deep into flesh. In battle, leaping gaunt forms race ahead of towering carnifexes. Exocrines and other monsters, sky swarm bioforms soar over defenses, cutting defenders down with impunity. The myriad creatures of these swarms work in perfect synchronicity, under the command of the hive tyrants and other synapse creatures, psychic bioforms that can bind the instinctive bestial tendencies of their charges to a single deadly will. There appears to be no end to the threat. Each year, more systems and subsectors are consumed. None know of the Tyranids' true origins, though speculations abound. Many learned individuals suggest the Tyranids may have already picked other galaxies clean, and that this one is simply the next in line. Others have proposed that what assails the Imperium today is but the earliest larval stages of what will become an unstoppable megaswarm of ravenous maws, razor-sharp talons, and chitinous beasts descending upon the galaxy like the Acridians of the ancient Terran myth. Some whisper in terror the hive fleets are not independent, and in some way are linked to some vast, unknowable intelligence. All any can agree on is that none truly know. All any can do is pray that the inundation of alien flesh that threatens to drown the galaxy will miraculously abate, though few allow themselves such a foolish hope. The Tyranids have but a single purpose and desire: to feed. They are not motivated by territorial gain or by fear of a kind of human might understand. Yet the hunger they feel is not mindless nor directionless. They are driven by a gestalt intelligence that the Imperium knows as the hive mind, and which guides them to fight and destroy any who bar their path. With every world consumed, every planet stripped of its biomass, the Tyranid hive fleets gather ever greater might and churn out new waves of predatory beasts to continue their rapacious advance. As more and more hive fleets appear on the galaxy's edges, so the true scale of this inimical threat becomes ever more terrifyingly apparent. Gene Stealer cults. Far from the prying eyes of the Imperium's harsh authorities, a sinister threat gathers its strength. The Gene Stealer cults, worshippers of mysterious and ominous deities, undermine the roots of the worlds they dwell upon to pave the way for those they see as their liberators from beyond the stars. An unseen scourge, few threats to the Imperium are so insidious. A Gene Stealer cult begins with but a single claimed victim. Lone Gene Stealers, vanguard organisms of the Tyranid race, steal themselves away into the bowels of the Imperium's infrastructure. Neglected holds of deep space bulk haulers, abandoned manufactorum ducts, and the polluted tunnels and sumps of underhives all offer sanctuary to stalking Gene Stealers looking to spread tendrils of genetic corruption through unsuspecting human populations. Once a Gene Stealer infects its first victims, snatching them into the darkness and jabbing them with its dripping ovipositor, the infestation grows exponentially. The infected become enthralled to their new alien overlord, regarding it as an idol that will deliver them from whatever miseries they experienced in their former lives. Rude cycles follow, generations of loyal gene cultists spawning in service of their grotesque deity. Amongst them are bred officers, commanders, assassins, and lieutenants, genetically imbued with psychic abilities or vital specialist skills and knowledge. After the 5th generation, the cycle is begun anew as pure strain Gene Stealers are born, ready to bring other cities and worlds into Xenos rapture. Knowing how many worlds across the Imperium have fallen victim to the scourge of the Gene Stealer cults, nigh impossible. To seek out such knowledge would be to invite despair enough to challenge the most resolute minds, or to understand even in part how far the corruption has spread is to see just how precarious the sanctity of the Emperor's realm truly is. Nevertheless, the agents of the Imperium seek just such information tirelessly, for nothing less than total eradication of the Gene Stealer cults is required. This crusade to discover the truth and annihilate the Gene Stealer scourge is motivated by one factor above all. The Gene Stealer cults act as psychic beacons to the Tyranid hive mind, drawing the hive fleets to densely populated worlds. As the cult grows larger and the Tyranids grow nearer, it will rise up against Imperial rule to make way for their gods. By the time the uprising is declared, the cult's members have infiltrated multiple levels of government, and its networks stretch across numerous civil and military organizations. When the order is given, the Gene Stealer cultists strike. Those defenders still loyal to the Imperium find bridges destroyed, their ammunition stolen, and the fuel lines in their vehicles cut. Hundreds of senior officials and officers are ruthlessly struck down, those they once counted on as trusted advisors driving blades into their backs. Entire regiments judged steadfast in their allegiance to the Emperor turn their guns upon their fellows, sowing death and confusion before the loyalists can react. Those of the cult too alien in form to walk unnoticed in society are finally unleashed, striking from tunnels and abandoned structures, slaughtering their enemies with a combination of wicked claws and crude human weaponry. Hordes of foot soldiers are joined by civilian vehicles modified for battle with heavy weaponry. Gene Stealer cults are highly territorial, fighting tooth and claw with any who would dare challenge their ownership of a world. They rise up in the face of Xenos invasion and clash viciously with gangs and chaos cults who threaten their positions. Those Genestealer cults with the strength and numbers to do so will even prosecute wider campaigns, becoming system or even sector-spanning organizations that have developed their own distinctive ways of making war and conquering worlds. The cunning cult of the Four-Armed Emperor, for example, are masters of the subterranean assault. The highly organized Hive cult, on the other hand, prefer to infiltrate local military forces, while the weather-beaten Rusted Claws excel in the open field, making war as nomads from the backs of their rugged vehicles. When the Genestealer cults go to battle, they do so in the absolute certainty that their day of ascension has finally arrived. Their fanatical belief in the coming of the Star Children makes them a threat far greater than their ragtag appearance might suggest, one that may yet undermine the proud empires vying to rule the stars. To face the Necrons in battle is to stand against death incarnate. It is to know the terror of annihilation at the hands of beings who should be long rotted in their graves. The Necrons' enemies see implacable android revenants rise from their crypts or step from amidst flickering witch lights to destroy all before them. In return, the Necrons see only vermin, interlopers, and savages that must be eradicated in order for their mighty dynasties of old to rise again. Once, 60 million years ago, the Necrons' armies might have achieved their galactic conquest with singular efficiency. Yet, aeons of slumber and cold stasis have seen madness creep into the minds of their noble masters, as the stately dance of the stars themselves has scattered and ravaged their worlds. What arises now to reclaim the galaxy is an altogether more twisted race, scattered, factionalized, and riven by an insanity that has transformed many of their number into walking nightmares. The Necrons of the 41st millennium are a dark reflection of their faded glories. Yet, they are no less deadly for all this. In monstrosity and madness, the Necrons are rendered more terrible than ever before. In search of immortality, the Necrons are feared across the Imperium and beyond as a race of seemingly immortal android warriors. Dark rumors circulate of ancient tomb complexes rising from beneath the surfaces of settled worlds, of ominous invasion fleets sweeping down from on high, and of inexorable armies crushing all beneath their metallic tread. Yet, the Necrons were not always thus. Most of the galaxy's sentient races know the Necrons only as the terrifying beings they are now. Indeed, it took the Imperium of mankind many centuries to even recognize them as a coherent Xenos race. The Necrons' ruling nobility were clearly seen to be sentient and ferociously intelligent. However, few amongst them had made any efforts to elaborate upon their origins or motivations to what they consider to be the lesser races. They have simply exterminated them. Yet hints exist even now, in deeply buried xenoarchaeological remnants in the long memories and hidden lore of the Eldari, and in commonalities of primitive artwork and tribal mythologies, of a race very different to the Necrons known and feared in the 41st millennium. Once, the legends suggest, the Necrons were a flesh and blood race known as the Necrontyr. Short-lived and warlike, these beings were obsessed with death, and for all their wondrous technologies and star-spanning empire, were in fact quarrelsome and fractious. Legends tell that, desperate to unite their people, the Necrons' rulers began a war with the beings known as the Old Ones. It was a war over the secrets of immortality, and also a war that the Necrontyr could never win. If cogent details of this war in heaven still exist, they do so only in the memories of the Necrons themselves. However, Eldari lore suggests that the Old Ones were the creators of the Webway, the arterial network of ethereal tunnels that still spans the interstices between the warp and real space. Using the Webway, the Old Ones drove the Necrontyr back on every front. It was in the Necrontyr's darkest hour, during the reign of Zarek, last of the Silent Kings, that the Votann, those called the Yngir, came before the Necrontyr with an offer of aid. The legends speak of ancient star gods, beings formed from the fundamental energies of the universe, who offered Zarek and his people all they had ever desired: power and immortality. All it would cost was for the Necrontyr to ally themselves with the Votann to destroy the hated Old Ones forever. Zarek deliberated long, but in the end he accepted the offer. In doing so, he damned his entire race. Fragments of lore describe what followed. The nightmare process of biotransference that placed the minds of the Necrontyr into living metal bodies and transformed them into the Necrons. The price was their souls, devoured by the leering Votann, and, for all those but the ruling castes, the obliteration of almost all personality and free will. No more would the Necrons war and politic with one another, for their wills were bound to Zarek's control through cast iron command protocols. Yet the cost of this unity had been monstrous indeed. The legends continue, scattered fragments telling of the defeat of the Old Ones and of how, in the moment when the Votann were at their weakest following the Titanic conflict, the Necrons took their revenge and shattered the duplicitous star gods. They describe how Zarek saw that his people's time was done, for they could not face the Old Ones' vengeful servants, the Eldari chief amongst them. It is said that the Silent King commanded his people to inter themselves within the stasis crypts of their tomb cities, there to sleep out the aeons until they could rise again to conquer all. Finally, destroying his command protocols and freeing his race, Zarek took his ship into the intergalactic void to seek whatever solace he might amongst the empty darkness. The Necrons have slept for 60 million years, if the Eldari Book of Mournful Night is to be believed. Now they are waking at last, rising up to take back what was once theirs, and the galaxy trembles before them. The technologies that facilitated the Great Sleep were so far beyond human comprehension that they might as well have been sorcery. Hyper-intelligent master programs and legions of canoptic slave constructs watched over the Necron tombs as the ages crept past. Despite all this, manifold disasters beset the slumbering Xenos. Some tomb worlds were plundered by lesser races, or purposely purged by vengeful Eldari. Others faced cascaded failures in their stasis crypts, were obliterated by stellar catastrophe or comet strike, or endured such violent tectonic shifts that entire tombs were flooded with molten lava. Even those worlds that survived ended up far from their original positions, scattering the dynastic territories of old and leaving the Necrons fragmented and factionalized. The chronostats of many tomb worlds slipped due to mechanical failure or empiric distortion. Thus, rather than rising up as one across the galaxy, the Necrons have awoken piecemeal. Some emerged from stasis during the days of the Emperor's Great Crusade, while many others slumber still. Nor have the Necrons themselves come through the process unchanged. Corruption has crept into the minds of many, either during the passing ages or while enduring the slow and unsettling process of revivication. Nihilistic madness or mindless stupor claim some, while the personality engrams of others have been distorted by countless subtle derangements. For all this, many billions of Necrons have already awoken, and trillions more stir. Their noble leaders might, in many cases, be mad, but they have lost none of their arrogant sense of superiority, nor their desire for conquest. Every overlord and pharaoh has their own agenda, be it to stockpile and fortify, to raid and destabilize, to send forth imperious envoys, or to begin omnicidal purges of non-Necron life. To other races, the Necron's behavior seems random to the point of insanity. Yet in truth, most are working towards the same core goals: reconquer the stars they once ruled, and restore to glory whichever dynasty they once belonged to. Most Necron nobles are still traditionalists, cleaving to ancient social and martial forms. They impose rigid hierarchies on their underlings and order and deploy their legions in accordance with, or defiance of, the codes of the Triarch that once covered them all. Most importantly, they still fight for their ancient dynasties. Sawtek, Meferet, Nyalok, and Ogdebek, these and countless other dynasties make up the splintered Necron race. All are technically united in subservience to the rule of the Silent King. In truth, many believe themselves as far above their rival dynasties as all Necrons believe their species above the lesser races. Dynasties are as likely to fall into conflict as to ally, and countless smaller dynasties have been subsumed into the territories of larger and more powerful conquerors. For all this, more Necrons awaken all the time. As their numbers grow, so too do the dire threats they pose to the galaxy. Now Zarek, last of the Silent Kings, has returned and seeks to unite his people in galactic conquest again. Whispers precede him of a diabolical plan to negate the galaxy-ending threat of chaos and subjugate the lesser races once and for all. With his enemies locked in a war of mutual annihilation, and more Necrons rallying to his banner by the day, it may be already too late for any to stop him. The relentless march. Upon countless battlefronts across the galaxy, Necron armies are on the attack. Perceiving little distinction between the servants of the Emperor, the worshippers of the dark gods, or the teeming Xenos empires that surround them, imperious Necron nobles send forth their legions to reconquer their interstellar domains by whatever means necessary. The Necrons are best known and feared by their enemies for rising up from beneath their very feet. Countless civilizations have unknowingly settled on worlds that conceal Necron tomb complexes deep beneath the surface. Whether triggered by Chronostat or the tomb's master program detecting intrusive life forms, those hidden sleepers awake. If the threat to the tomb complex is deemed significant, the master program prioritizes revivification of the Necron soldiery and war engines. It wields these assets to the best of its ability, employing their might to augment that of its canoptic slave constructs in defending the tomb. Only when the Necron nobility awake to once again take command of their legions do they go on the offensive. In this moment, the doom of the world's flesh and blood colonists is sealed. The earth splits open in yawning fissures, and oceans drain away as the tomb complex rises inexorably to the surface. The skies darken with seething swarms of canoptic scarabs, and the land glitters with the awakening legions as they advance into battle. Fortifications collapse as the ground heaves beneath them, and android killers claw their way out of the earth to trap their victims within the trespassers' own supposedly impregnable bastions. Should reinforcements rush to the aid of the beleaguered planet, they arrive to find the awakened tomb's terrifying defenses and mighty armies waiting for them. Thus are the lesser races slaughtered, and another tomb world secured in the battle for galactic dominance. Were this the only way in which Necrons threaten the planets of the fledgling empires, it would be perilous enough. Yet, Time and again, they descend from the heavens to conquer unwary worlds, sometimes appearing to step from thin air into the bloody heat of battle. Such feats are not the sorcery they might appear, but rather due to the ingenuity of the cryptechs. Part courtly viziers, part master engineers, and part cosmic alchemists, the cryptechs wield great influence within Necron society. They possess such a fundamental and far-reaching understanding of the universe's inner workings that, to the lesser races, their abilities appear as witchcraft. No single discipline do the cryptechs pursue. Instead, each individual embarks on a course of obsessive study into whichever field of arcano-scientific lore most fascinates them. Such decisions are based upon whim, aptitude, and often the obsessive madness caused by their long sleep. Often, a cryptech will also select their field of expertise based upon whatever they believe will render them most powerful within the Necron royal courts, and provide them with the most leverage over their rivals and noble masters. Plasmancers, for example, study the martial application of raw energy. They are aggressive warrior scientists whose bodies crawl with skeins of killing power, and who can annihilate their victims with but a gesture. By comparison, disciplines such as psychomancy or chronomancy are far more subtle. The former plays upon the atavistic fears of all living things, while the latter allows the manipulation of the strings of time itself. There are countless other disciplines, from the master engineering skills of the technomancers to the warping powers of the gravmancers, and the insidious abilities of the penumbramancers. Cryptechs are vital not only for their personal abilities. They also construct and maintain the eldritch technologies that allow their masters to launch their conquests in so many terrifying ways. Fleets of tomb ships are one such asset, their drives enabling them to bridge interstellar gulfs almost as quickly as warp travel, and in significantly safer fashion. Terrifying sepulchral battleships of immense size, tomb ships can easily duel the greatest void craft of the lesser races. Yet their greatest value is undoubtedly in spearheading Necron planetary conquests. Should even a single tomb ship settle in low orbit over an enemy world, it will deploy wave upon wave of war engines against its prey, even as its quantum wormhole technologies open the way for invading Necron foot soldiers to assail the enemy in their millions. Dolmen gates are another means of hyper-technological Necron invasion. They were fashioned during the War in Heaven, when the Votann, known as Nyadrazatha, the Burning One, gifted the Necrons with the means of their construction. These living stone arches trammel spars of the webway, allowing the Necrons the capability to travel through them. The metallic warriors must be swift, For even subjugated, the semi-sentient network resists and will destroy the Necrons if it can. Such risks prove worthwhile, however. Surprise is total when the lesser races find ancient, long-forgotten ruins flaring suddenly to life upon their worlds, and the deathless Necron legions marching from within. Eldritch Artifice. The Necrons possess a technological base so far in advance of any of the galaxy's other inhabitants that only the artifice of the Eldari warrants even close comparison. This is perhaps unsurprising for a species whose very living forms are mechanical in nature. Certainly, it seems natural enough to the Necron nobility themselves, for it supports their arrogant presumption of superiority over the despised lesser races. Most widespread of all the Necrons' weapons of war is Gauss technology. From the manned portable Gauss flares borne by Necron warriors up to the massive Gauss flux arc, these weapons all function in the same fashion. They project a molecular disassembling beam that reduces flesh, armor, and bone to their constituent atoms, one agonizing layer at a time. Gauss is but one of the horrifying technologies the Necrons employ in battle. Tesla weaponry releases beams of living lightning that scorches and blasts victims and can even arc from one foe to the next. Particle weapons work by emitting streams of minuscule antimatter particles. These detonate on contact with other matter, annihilating their targets in violent blast. Enmitic weaponry, too, is as frightening as it is effective, for its thrumming pulses cause the target's atoms to be violently repelled from one another to spectacular effect. Heavier firepower is provided by such armaments as doomsday weapons or variants of fearsome death ray. Doomsday weapons are plasma-based and possess incredible destructive potential. They are so power-hungry that entire platforms have been developed to facilitate their deployment. Death rays, meanwhile, pour immense energies through a focusing crystal, unleashing a sustained beam of blinding, searing heat and light that carves through targets one after another. While the Necrons typically favor overwhelming ranged firepower as a statement of contempt for the foe, the close-quarter weapons borne by their more elite or murderous warriors are no less deadly. Hyperphase weaponry vibrates across multiple dimensional states, allowing it to pass through a target's defenses without resistance. Void blades work in a similar fashion, but cause their victims' very molecular bonds to collapse at the slightest touch. Some weapons are as much status symbols as they are potent tools of destruction. The Staff of Light serves both as an energized battle scepter and a fearsome short-ranged energy weapon. War scythes, typically carried only by Necron nobility or their Lich Guard protectors, project ethereal energy fields around their tremendously heavy blades. Each swing carves through even the toughest targets as though they were not there. The Cryptechs do not restrict themselves to offensive technologies. Their skills extend to the creation and maintenance of countless other strange devices, all of which benefit the Necron legions on the battlefield. One such technology is quantum shielding. Harnessing the strength of incoming attacks, quantum shields transform that power into harmless equivalent energy. They actually become more effective the stronger the enemy's weaponry. Scarcely less of a bulwark is the dispersion shield borne by retinues of Lich Guard. Towering and heavy, it includes layered energy shield generators that not only stop incoming projectiles, but sometimes ricochet them straight back at the foe. Teleportation technologies are much seen amongst Necron armies, typically employing captive wormholes that allow their phalanxes to march straight into battle from the depths of their tombs, or even from the surfaces of far distant worlds. The Eternity Gate of the Monolith can even be reversed to create a portal of exile that drags in screaming foes, jettisoning them into purgatorial nothingness beyond reality itself. Coupled with gravitic repulsion generators, which enable anything from infantry to massive war engines to glide smoothly through the air at considerable speeds. It is not hard to see why Necron armies are far more strategically agile than their warriors' rigid gates would suggest. Technology has also allowed the Necrons to enslave other entities to their will. Some of these were brought into being specifically to serve the needs of their creators, while others were subjugated for all eternity for their crimes against the Necron race. Canoptech constructs proliferate through Necron tomb complexes and armies both. Some are large and powerful, such as the Canoptech Doomstalkers that guard their master's armories, or the Canoptech Spiders that command and control scarabs and other lesser drones. Others have stranger functions, such as the ghostly Canoptech Wraiths, employed to repair inaccessible systems within tomb complexes, or the Canoptech Plasmacytes that isolate and siphon off corrupted engrams from the sleepers within stasis crypts. These latter have been co-opted by the deranged warriors of the Destroyer cults, who actually seek to have those same engrammatic patterns injected into themselves, so as to further degrade their former personalities and fuel their nihilistic butchery. Regardless, no Canoptech being is truly sentient. Rather, they are all artificial slaves, utterly incapable of independent thought. The Catan shards suffer a far worse fate. for they were once the star gods of near limitless power who tricked the Necron tier into bartering away their souls. Zarek's revenge upon these beings saw them shattered by weapons that employed incredible cosmic energies. Yet the C'tan were bound to reality itself and could never be destroyed, only splintered into stunted echoes of their former might. Each such shard is still terrifyingly powerful, however, and so the Necrons bound them into extra-dimensional prisons known as Tesseract Labyrinths. When deploying C'tan as weapons upon the battlefield, the Cryptechs ensure they are technologically shackled, leashed like mindless beasts, and forced to do their master's bidding. Of course, once in a while, a C'tan breaks its straining fetters. At such times, devastating retribution is visited upon the Necrons and their foes alike. Tomb Worlds. The armies of the Imperium have encountered Necron tomb worlds from one edge of known space to the other. Even still, humanity has discovered but a fragment of the dynastic territories in which the galaxy was once divided. The Necron's worlds are scattered now, many isolated or beset, yet every single one is a mighty stronghold in its own right. None but the Necrons now remember the glory of their star-spanning dynasties from before the Great Sleep. Yet there is little doubt that their holdings have been much abused and eroded in the 60 million years since. When the Silent King ordered his people into their millennial torpor, he did everything he could to protect them. The Necron's cities were converted specifically for the purposes of sustaining and protecting their inhabitants as they slept through the ages. They could not have been better defended or more technologically prepared for their ordeal. Still, the fundamental forces of the galaxy resist stagnation, and the aeons have not been kind. Some tomb worlds were exposed to cosmic phenomena of overwhelming power, be they the explosive deaths of stars, the thunderous impact of huge asteroids, or even the insidious touch of empiric overspill. Plunged into frozen darkness, scorched to bone-dry deserts, irradiated, wrenched and torn by gravitic forces, and blanketed in energy storms. These fates, and many besides, beset tomb worlds and left them inimical to organic life. Of course, such conditions were of little consequence to the Necrons, whose android bodies required none of the fundamentals that flesh and blood creatures did. Indeed, dynasties such as the Nephrek or the Thocht even harnessed and benefited from such deadly conditions. Other tomb worlds have known the expansion of teeming biospheres. Some remain verdant even after the tomb below awakens, the Necron nobility considering the organic flora and fauna a useful camouflage for their fortifications. More often, especially in the case of tomb worlds settled by sentient species, The Necrons swiftly conquer and harvest all that they find on the planet's surface. The awakening legions emerge to find anything from seas of crops to bustling quarries, towering fortifications to sprawling cityscapes, or furious war zones where the lesser races tear at one another, unaware of the doom their conflict has awoken from beneath their feet. Whatever a tomb world's nature or conditions, once the sleepers arise, its fate is irrevocably altered. Land masses shudder, and huge subterranean tomb cities stir beneath the surface. Vast structures force their way upward, slowing off the devastated remains of more youthful civilizations amidst eruptions of magma and seething energy storms. Eerie megastructures ascend into the heavens, ominous guardians taking up watchful stations above the planet as cosmic superweapons flare to life in their flanks. When the command is given by noble or cryptek, swarms of canoptic constructs sweep across the globe, devouring and recycling the works of younger races in order to raise monolithic monuments to their arisen masters. Any trace of the intervening millennia is swept away as the Necrons resume rulership of their domains of old. Before the Great Sleep, the worlds of each Necron dynasty were ordered and designed according to a strict hierarchical system. Planets were qualified as crown worlds, core worlds, or fringe worlds, with each title bearing significant connotations. At the heart of each dynasty lay its crown world, where the ruling pharaoh sat upon their throne. Crown worlds were as heavily fortified as they were regally magnificent, many playing hosts to incredible megastructures and devices or weapons of godlike power. Each dynasty's resources flowed in towards its crown world, ensuring its legions were the finest and mightiest, as benefited the personal soldiery of the pharaoh themselves. Core worlds made up the inner planets of each dynasty. Typically ruled by prominent overlords, they were centers for military might and architectural grandeur that bespoke their dynasty's power. Then there were fringe worlds, those planets furthest from the light of the crown world, and thus considered of least import. Fringe worlds were little more than resource-gathering centers and border fortresses, and as such, their rule was given over to each dynasty's lesser Necron lords. However, where once there was order, now there is chaos. Galactic drift and stellar catastrophe has wrought mayhem amidst the once orderly Necron dynasties. There is much confusion amongst the awakening nobility, but also opportunity for those able to seize it. Some crown worlds have been shorn of their vassal worlds and are forced to fall back upon their own means. In other cases, fringe worlds rouse to find their former betters annihilated. In such cases, one-time lords name themselves pharaohs and seize control of all the resources and dynastic might they consider their due. Some tomb worlds awaken to bounties of raw materials, and those able to conquer pre-existing advanced civilizations revel in their bloody harvest. Then there are those worlds that awaken to madness. Some lie within the bounds of roiling warp storms and must fend off constant demonic assault. Others wake even as they are being overrun by superior enemy forces, their nobility afforded just enough time to comprehend the horror of their fate before it is sealed. Worst of all, though, are the severed worlds, planets where failures in revivification have left the Necrons as mindless shells, puppeted in a hollow parody of existence by master programs that can never relinquish control to their damned masters. The Pharaon's legions. Every Necron world is organized to strict dynastic codes, from the glittering nobility who rule to the mighty legions that march out to enforce their masters' wills. Rare indeed is the tomb world that breaks from this rigid martial order. Every tomb world is governed by its ruling noble, be they Pharaon, Overlord, or Lord. These rulers are surrounded by their royal court, an assemblage of lesser nobles, Nemesors who command the royal legions, royal wardens who serve as lieutenants and bodyguards, menacing retinues of Lichguard and scheming knots of cryptech viziers. Much politicking and intrigue goes on in these courts, for most Necrons who retained personalities after biotransference remained both ambitious and ruthless. Most Necron rulers find the best way to promote unity amongst their vassals is to set them against a common foe. When the legions march to war, these determined and knowledgeable leaders become valuable assets to their liege lords. Lesser nobles make regal battlefield commanders. Royal wardens act as lieutenants, varguards, or even diplomatic envoys, while cryptechs keep the dynastic legions on the march and unleash their strange cryptosciences to cripple the enemy and aid their own forces. Another factor keeps the Necron nobility in order, both on and off the battlefield. The Triarch Praetorians, hands of the Silent King, stand as arbiters of the ancient dynastic codes, apart from the structure of the tomb worlds. The Praetorians possess the Triarch-given right to pass judgment upon the honor and conduct of all, even ruling pharaohs. Normally, though, they restrict themselves to the battlefield, where they hang suspended by their gravity displacement packs as battle commences. From their vantage point, they assess the conduct of the foe. In rare cases, they may deem an enemy truly sentient and thus deserving of the ancient codes of honor. In such circumstances, frustrated Necron nobles find themselves forbidden from deploying dishonorable assets such as death marks, X marks destroyers, and flayed ones. More often than not, however, they deem the enemy little better than vermin and descend to join in their extermination. Most Necron legions are built around a core of phalanx upon phalanx of Necron warriors. Neurally stunted and grindingly obedient, warriors are spent freely by their uncaring masters. Most nobles are more concerned that their warriors' adornments display their leader's status than they are with keeping these peons safe from enemy attacks. The warrior phalanxes require constant direction. Without this, they can manage little more than to hold position and shoot at nearby foes. Properly directed, however, their firepower and resilience make warrior phalanxes ideal for pinning the enemy in place, grinding them into dust, or blunting their most furious counteroffenses. Most Necron legions supplement their warrior phalanxes with formations of more elite and substantially more self-aware soldiery. From bands of tough and tactically independent immortals to sharp-shooting deathmark assassins, and hurtling swarms of Tombblade attack speeders. The dynasties can draw upon a range of strategically specialized military assets to lend their legions the edge in battle. Necron nobles make no secret of the fact that they consider the vehicles of their capacious armories to be more precious than the Necrons who pilot them, or indeed the foot soldiers who march to battle in the war engine's shadow. The Necrons are a people who have always equated their vast technological superiority with an undeniable right to dominate. Every cosmically powered weapon and reality-warping engine is a statement that the Pharaons possess the power to trammel stars and shatter gods. Thus is the armory of each tomb world not only a concerted display of each ruler's martial might, wealth, and status, but also a material manifestation of their right as supreme being to create and destroy whatever and however they see fit. Some elements of their armies are held in contempt by Necron nobles, such as canoptic slave constructs or Catan shards that are imprisoned as weapons or power sources. Yet there are other sects in Necron society that take to the battlefield alongside the legions, but who the nobility have little, if any, command over. Foremost amongst these are the destroyer cults. While many strains of insanity have afflicted the Necrons, the nihilistic murder madness of the destroyers has proven pernicious and increasingly widespread. Destroyers eschew all notion of personal ambition, desire, or hope, instead descending into a pit of cold and calculated hatred that sees them seek the eradication of all organic life. There are many subcults, from the Locust, with their grav-sled bodies and heavy firepower, to the blade-armed Skorpek, or the debased subterranean Ophidian, that share one common demand of the Cryptex, which is to have their bodies altered into whatever form they believe optimal for the slaughter of all living things. The Necron nobles employ destroyers as shock troops. However, they do not trust them. Not only do many fear the destroyer's madness to be infectious, but they wonder whom they will turn upon when all organic victims are slain. The flayed ones, too, are feared and reviled by the rest of Necron society. Exiled to languish in the horrific nether realm known as the Bone Kingdom of Drazak, they are afflicted with the hideous death curse of the Catan known as Landugor the Flayer. Twisted in body and mind, flayed ones are drawn to the scent of blood, scissoring open the flesh of reality and spilling through from their ghastly realm to fall upon the Necron's foes. The dynastic legions make every effort to avoid these beings, whose madness they fear as catching, but they can do little to stop the flayed ones from joining battles that are already underway. The Silent King, supreme ruler of the Necron dynasties. Last of the Silent Kings, shatterer of the star gods, defeater of the old ones, bringer of unity, master of the final triarch, wielder of the scepter of eternal glory. These are but a handful of the grand titles earned by Zarek, the ruler of the Necron race. His endless honorifics paint a glorious picture, but in truth, his gleaming image is tainted by an inner darkness few see. Few beings in the galaxy possess the might, wisdom, and sweeping vision of Zarek, last of the Silent Kings. During the nightmarish transition of biotransference, it was Zarek who emerged with the most powerful and advanced of all the bodies gifted to the newly fashioned Necron race. His neurological and sensory architecture, while wholly synthetic, is more advanced and precise than anything flesh and blood could emulate. His powerful android form is mechanical perfection, on a level that no sentient being now alive could replicate. Smooth and graceful in its every motion, irresistible in its strength, and regal and intimidating in its magnificent presence. Neither mental nor physical ailments can ever afflict the Silent King. His mind remains more wholly his own than any amongst his people, for he was ever their ruler and did not endure the perils of the Great Sleep or subsequent revivification that have driven so many Necrons mad. For all this, Zarek suffers, as he has suffered ever since he realized the purgatory to which he consigned his people. Millennia have heaped upon millennia, and still the Silent King's guilt remains as jagged and bitter within him as it once was. His sorrow and horror have been preserved by his mechanized mind as perfectly as has every single memory, thought, and feeling Zarek has experienced since the day of his biotransference. It can be said with certainty that such an impossible burden as this would have driven even the most resilient of living beings to madness and self-destruction aeons ago. Zarek, though, is not truly living, and his torments have not destroyed him. Instead, they have honed him into a being of horrifying and singular determination. The Silent King has a plan for his people and for the galaxy, and he knows that he is righteous with the inescapable, unwavering certainty of a god, of a machine. Zarek's will is a star erupting in supernova, a comet colliding with a doomed world. He is as inevitable as time and tide. The Silent King seeks nothing less than final atonement for the fate to which he consigned his race, and none shall be permitted to stand in his way. Zarek was not always so singular in his obsession. When the end of the war in heaven came and the last of the C'tan had been shattered, he recognized that his people could not withstand further conflict. The allies and servants of the Old Ones were circling, wary but vengeful, and so he ordered the Great Sleep. Zarek envisioned a future where the enemies would be defeated by strife and time. Necrons would arise unsuspected from their long sleep. They would seize control of the galaxy using their deathless bodies and cosmic weapons. And then, freed from conflict and unshackled from the ravages of time and mortality, they would at last devise a way to reverse biotransference and therefore expunge Zarek's sins. The Silent King would not share this in his process, however. For himself, Zarek chose exile aboard his vast, city-sized warship, Song of Oblivion. Zarek took many of his own dynasty with him into the intergalactic void. Entombed within stasis crypts of their own, but awakening in regular cycles to crew and garrison his vast ship. None amongst the dynasties truly know what the Silent King sought beyond the stars. Detractors like Emotech or Zarathustra the Ineffable claim he fled with no more intent than to escape his crimes. Others, Pharaon Asmonthep of the Zarkon dynasty and the royal court of Nyalok, not least among them, believe he had a greater purpose. Perhaps, some speculate, Zarek even sought a cure for biotransference in the lightless realms beyond the galactic rim. Maybe he intended to travel to other galaxies entirely, and there find the solution to his people's woes. None but Zarak himself knows the truth, and, as with many of the more troubling mysteries surrounding the Silent King, his race find themselves unable to recall whether they themselves ever knew the answer. From which dynasty did Zarak originally hail? What characterized his rule before biotransference? When precisely did he return to the galaxy? And for how long did he operate from the shadows before openly declaring his return? Even beings like Orkan the Diviner, who was once Zarek's court astrologer, find strange gaps in their artificial memories concerning such things. More unsettling still, they rarely seem able to focus on these doubts long enough to seek any answers. For all the gaps in recollection that veil elements of Zarek's life, at least his motivation for returning to the galaxy appears straightforward. The Silent King abandoned exile to save his people from the menace of the Tyranids. It is said that he encountered dormant hive fleets flowing through the intergalactic darkness towards the galaxy he had left behind, and recognized the perils they represented. What if they devoured all life before the Necrons could reverse biotransference? Worse, what if Zarek's people had already managed their apotheosis just in time to be devoured in turn? Supposedly driven by pure altruism and a desire to not fail his people again, Zarek turned the Song of Oblivion back towards the distant glimmer of the stars he had known so long ago. This story in itself has holes. What did Zarek witness, and on what scale, that so convinced him of this omnipresent peril? How did he chance across encroaching Tyranids amidst the near infinite gulfs of space? Questions of pretext and motivation have been raised, however briefly, by the more rebellious amongst the royal courts, and whispers persist that the Silent King harbors some other, deeper agenda. Few find themselves able to sustain their doubts for long, however, and for those who do, the Triarch Praetorians are never far behind. Such shadows and whispers soon burn away in the searing light of Zarek's presence. It is said that merely meeting the Silent King in person is to transform even the keenest doubter into a supplicant desperate to do his will. Shortly after revealing himself openly to his people, Zarek chose two pharaohs of lesser dynasties who had proven their loyalty through swift service. Subsuming their legions into Zarkon ranks, the Silent King elevated Hapthratra the Radiant and Mesophet of the Shadowed Hand to form his new Triarch. They became the Pharaon of the Stars and the Pharaon of the Blades, as the ancient codes dictated, joining Zarek upon his mighty dais of domination, from where they could proclaim the Triarch's will. There are those who have noted how thoroughly the two pharaons are bound into the dais, how their voices have taken on a new tone of command since their ascension, and how they speak nearly always with perfect synchronicity. But of course, elevation to the final Triarch was bound to affect changes upon such minor rulers. And if they seem always to support Zarek's plans without question, those plans were millennia in the laying, after all. Who could honestly suggest amendments to such a comprehensive scheme? The martial might of the final Triarch, at least, is beyond question. Zarex's dais is empowered by a caged shard of Naiad Drazatha himself, while the Silent King's mantle is formed from the Khatan's flinched necrodermis. It is the Burning One's own fire that Zarek amplifies through his regal scepter of eternal glory, sending it blazing forth in searing beams of absolute destruction. That same energy is channeled into the potent carrier wave generators of the dais that coordinate and motivate nearby Necron soldiery, and also in the Noctilith beacons held high above Zarek's throne. These beacons not only banish the infernal energies of the warp, but also allow the Silent King to tear open the invisible skeins of the webway, fashioning his own temporary dolmen gates to bear him swiftly across vast interstellar gulfs. Those foes not erased by Zarek's energy blasts are far from safe. While Hapthatra unleashes flurries of neutron orbs from the Staff of Stars, Mesophet hefts a scythe of dust, every swing of its glimmering blade reducing victims to swirling clouds of scorched particles. Enemies who get close enough to strike at Zarek directly are forced to their knees by the thrumming energies of his dais's obeisance generators. Even those blows that manage to hit home are unlikely to do harm. The Silent King and his companions are swathed in transtemporal fields that scatter the force of the foe's attacks, and thus dissipates them harmlessly. All the while, a pair of triarchal menhirs orbits Zarek's dais, proclaiming the Triarch's omnipotent might, even as they channel the dais's power. By focusing the resonance of these devices, Zarek can unleash a devastating annihilator beam, an energy weapon so potent that it has been likened to the hurled spear of an enraged god. None who feel its wrath live to tell the tale. By the time the hunter cadres of the Tau Empire surge into battle, their commanders already know the surest path to victory. Feral Kroot, cunning pathfinders, and the eagle-eyed pilots of the air caste have mapped every inch of the engagement area. The foe's every weakness is already exposed. From the first shot fired, the Tau demonstrate strategic coordination and unity of purpose, so powerful that they are weapons in their own right. TIE-7 Devilfish transports deliver heavily equipped and highly trained warriors precisely where they are needed. devastating artillery walkers like the KV-128 Storm Surge hammer the enemy lines. Nimble combat aircraft fill the skies while alien auxiliaries unleash their own unique talents of battlecraft. Amidst it all, it is ever the battle suits that deliver the most punishing blows. Marvels of Earth-cast technology, these single-pilot war suits drop from the skies on plumes of fire, vanish behind layers of advanced camouflage, or supercharge their systems with experimental reactors, all while laying down devastating fusillades of fire. So have countless worlds fallen to the expansionist armies of the Tau Empire, who do not hesitate to secure ideological acquiescence beneath the muzzle of a gun. Now, in the wake of the Great Rift's opening, more worlds in their path than ever before stand cut off and poorly defended. The Tau will gladly see them all brought, willingly or otherwise, into their burgeoning empire. First Contact. Located far out upon the eastern fringe of Imperial space, Tau is a small world with a single continental landmass and a swift and magnificent sunrise. It has been the scene of strife and great conflict in its time, and has also served as the cradle of a civilization that even now bears its light ever further into the darkness between the stars. The Tau began like countless other sentient species. They progressed from primitives to herder tribes inhabiting the savanna plains and mountains of their homeworld. They developed language, tools, and, of course, weapons. What singles their tale out is the speed with which these advances came. The Tau are a short-lived species by human standards, but strive with dynamism that sees each generation achieve remarkable progress. During their early days, the ancestors of the Tau rapidly outpaced their mortal growth with their practical and martial development. Inevitable disaster followed. The Tau had long been diverging both physically and mentally. Strong and warlike plains hunters, tough, skilled builders and settlers, loquacious merchants and diplomats, winged messengers, each became entrenched in their nature as fortresses rose and black powder weapons proliferated. Tribal alliances formed, wars erupted. So began the Mon Tau, a dark time of conflict that looked destined to drive the Tau to extinction. It is a shadow the modern Tau fear even now, for it speaks of a darkness within their collective psyche, whose resurgence they will always dread. According to Tau myth, the end of the Mon Tau was marked by strange lights in the skies. These were first believed to portend the end of days. Yet, instead they seem to have announced the coming of the ethereals, with them came destiny. The first documented sighting of this strange new breed of Tau was at Phio Town, a place where a mighty fortress lay besieged. Ethereals walked calmly out of the night and compelled the leaders of both sides to sit down and agree a peace where none had before been possible. Legend tells how the Ethereals spoke long with the assembled Tau, who, until so recently, had sought one another's deaths. The Ethereals told of a shared destiny. They projected a sense of undeniable authority. And in the light of a new dawn, they secured alliance and cooperation between the warring factions. Countless similar tales abound, even if some are apocryphal or have been exaggerated. Still, it cannot be argued that, whatever their mysterious provenance, the Ethereals ended the Montau and united their species in a single goal. This goal was the Tau Va, or greater good. From that time onward, the breakneck pace of Tau advancement became one of their race's greatest strengths. Guided by the Council of Ethereals, the Tau adopted a rigid caste system that saw the different tribes arranged and valued by their strengths. The Earth caste were builders and craftsmen, and as their technology base advanced, became engineers and scientists. The Air caste continued to act as scouts and messengers, serving eventually as their race's pilots and spacefarers. Those tribes who had specialized in mercantile trade or diplomacy became the Water caste, whose administrative influence flowed through their society and kept the wheels of progress turning. Stubborn and aggressive, the warlike plains dwellers took the longest to embrace the teachings of the Ethereals. Yet even they eventually acceded and became the Fire caste. In time, they would graduate from being their race's huntsmen to being their standing military. And it was during these early centuries that they adopted the teachings of the Code of Fire that still regulate their conduct to this day. This unified drive towards progress saw the Tau establish orbital void cities, and then push outwards to claim new worlds and systems for their own. Such swift advancement also subjected the Tau race to unbelievable stresses and challenges, encountering alien species, many of which proved hostile and had to be fought for survival. The constant push towards progress and a territorial expansion that required selfless dedication from every member of Tau society. The burning need for fresh resources to power the endless toil, the burden of believing in their people's destiny to save the galaxy from itself. Such stresses have proven too much for many burgeoning empires, even when spread out far over greater periods of time. Yet the Tau almost seem to relish each fresh hurdle. Though they may suffer and bleed and pay dearly for every step forwards, still in the service of the greater good, the Tau move ever forward, and they do so gladly. The greater good. The Tau Va can be summed up simply. It is the belief that the individual life of any given member of the Tau Empire is of less importance than the needs of the Empire itself. Its adherents gladly expend incredible efforts, endure shocking hardships, and lay down their lives without a second thought for the furtherance of this greater good. Ever since the coming of the Ethereals, Tau society has been focused upon fulfilling a singular destiny. With very few exceptions, every Tau believes wholeheartedly in giving all that they have to the furtherance of the greater good. Moreover, they believe that it is their duty and privilege to carry this creed out into the stars and unify every sentient species beneath their secular faith. The Tau put great store in every achievement and personal sacrifice that advances this goal. Those who excel in the service of the greater good are lauded, while those rare few who allow personal hubris, vanity, or selfishness to come first are vilified. The Tau Va has many apparent benefits. Thanks to the unstinting efforts of Earth-caste miners, engineers, and architects, the cities of the Tau septs are clean and orderly. They are technologically advanced places, well protected from hostile environments and enemies alike. Energy shields and vast habitation domes hold indigenous life forms and perilous weather systems at bay. Railguns, ion cannons, fire-cast garrisons, and hive-like drone ports watch over the habitation zones, science complexes, cultural centers, military academies, water-cast diplomatic embassies, and trade hubs. Air-cast spaceports and other bustling centers that fill the cities. Solid light sculptures, dancing fountains, and peaceful parklands grace even the meanest settlements. Within their bounds, alien races of many sorts rub shoulders in peace, with the Tau moving through them as first amongst equals. There is little of what other races might consider opulence, for the Tau see such self-oriented displays of wealth as wasteful. Yet equally, there is nothing of the poverty or squalor that afflicts most other races. Of course, all who dwell in these cities have their places within Tau society predetermined by caste and by the orders of the Ethereals. They toil for the greater good while surrounded by carefully nuanced propaganda that extols the glories and victories of their eminently superior empire. The Tau and their allies have little say in their own personal destinies, for, by the command of the ethereals, these are subsumed into the single great destiny that they all must serve. Yet it would not occur to most Tau even to question the serenely issued edicts of their ruling caste. The word of the ethereals is law, and no true Tau or ally of their empire would seek to contradict it. The greater good demands the tireless expansion of the Tau Empire. It is not enough to wait for the peoples of the galaxy to come in search of enlightenment. The Tau feel genuine compassion for those races unfortunate enough to still toil in darkness and ignorance. They believe the message of the greater good must be brought to all, and every civilization ushered into the wonder of its light. So it is that they forge ever outwards, growing their empire's borders in a series of grand expansions, and establishing new colonized systems which they call septs. Each sept is named for its capital planet, or sept world, and can include myriad other worlds, moons, void stations, and orbital structures. Drones lead the way out into the void, tiny lights streaking through the immensity of space as they broadcast messages of hope and unity. Whenever a drone detects signals from a sentient species, it alerts the Tau and beckons their colonization fleets hence. From this point, the Tau observe a specific series of protocols. First contact is always made by ambassadors of the water caste, who entreat peaceful negotiations with the newly discovered aliens. Silver-tongued and fervently committed to spreading the message of the greater good, the ambassadors do all they can to convince their hosts of the benefits of becoming part of the Tau Empire. Should the world's inhabitants accept this invitation, even should such acceptance take generations to arrive at, then all is well. Tau colonization begins at once, and often the indigenous peoples are peacefully relocated deeper into the Tau Empire, where they can be educated in the glory of the Tau Va. Their skills and worth are assessed, just as their former homeworld and its resources are absorbed into the Empire. So too are the new aliens placed where they will best benefit the greater good. Regrettably, from the Tau standpoint anyway, many races reject these diplomatic advances. Such beings cannot be left to threaten the Empire in their ignorance. The Fire Caste now come to the fore, readying invasion plans that will most swiftly see the ingrates pacified. When the Tau attack, they come suddenly from the firmament with overwhelming speed and firepower, seeking to prove to their enemies the hopelessness of standing against an empire unified by the greater good. So is the lesson of acquiescence taught through force. Yet even in victory, The Tau are not cruel. They seek to preserve what they can, both of the enemy's world and of the enemy themselves. For both will be valuable assets to the empire once conquered. As the ethereals say, it is not the fault of those who are blind that they cannot yet see. Forced integration and re-education follows, even as the Earth caste set to work healing the planet's battle scars and resettling it as the Empire's latest outpost of enlightenment and culture. So have the Tau pushed back the darkness beyond their boundaries for many centuries. So now do they continue. In the tumult and darkness following the opening of the Great Rift, known to the Tau as the Montyeva or Devourer of Hope, there are more worlds and species lost to darkness and terror than ever before. These the Tau will rescue no matter the cost, and will bring them into the glorious light of their burgeoning empire. Caste system. So completely have the Tau absorbed the concept of the greater good that it has come to shape their entire society, and even their physical and mental makeup. Long now have they been divided into castes, each with its own strictly delineated responsibilities to the empire and to the other castes. The Tau caste system transforms their society from countless individuals to a coherent whole, comprising 4 hard-working component elements directed in all things by a 5th. Tau are born into their castes, live their lives by the tenets of that caste, and all hope to eventually pass away having furthered its contribution to the greater good. The ethereals permit no interbreeding between Tau of different castes. They further monitor the development of each as a careful gardener tends to their plants, paring away weak or recessive shoots while ensuring the healthy limbs are given all they need to thrive. The Tau themselves do not question the righteousness of this system. It is as natural to them as the progression of day and night, or the action of gravity or time. They accept all of the societal and personal restrictions placed upon them by their ethereal masters as necessary for the greater good, and think no more about them. Even within their caste, most Tau have their place marked out for them as need dictates. That said, the Tau Empire is, broadly speaking, a meritocracy in which excellence is recognized with progress. In the Fire caste, this takes the form of advancement through the ranks and brings honors such as piloting a battle suit or rising to command armies. By comparison, a skilled Earth caste Tau might be plucked from a more menial role and propelled into a lifetime of scientific or technological experimentation, or the architectural design of grand structures. One might be forgiven for thinking that Tau society would frown upon individuals taking pride in their achievements, but it is not so. Rather, each individual is encouraged to derive the greatest satisfaction from their works, military conquests, new discoveries, and the like, with two crucial caveats. The first is that all such labors are equally as important to the Empire, and that a humble laborer who finishes raising a wall should be prized just as highly by her fellows as should an ace pilot who shoots down many enemy fighter crafts, or a fire-cast chasseur who conquers a world for the Empire. The second is that all such personal glories are won for the Empire, not for the individual. This subtle but crucial emphasis ensures that the vast majority of Tau strive their whole lives with willing enthusiasm to achieve all they can for the Tau Va, and goes some way to preventing factionalism or damaging rivalries between the castes. The Tau have a tendency toward short lives when compared to the average human. Coupled with their lightning-fast evolutionary advances and the rigidity of the caste system, this has led them, over countless brief but bright burning generations, to diverge into something closer to 4 independent subspecies. All are still recognizably Tau. They are humanoid in form, with hoof-like feet and blue skin, whose shade depends upon their world's proximity to its nearest star. However, no Tau could ever mistake a member of another caste for their own, and indeed even their physiology differs quite markedly. Those who have fought the Tau Empire and become used to the comparatively burly and aggressive fire caste would be surprised at the sight of a squat, broad earth caste Tau, an elegant and swift-witted trader of the water caste, or, strangest of all, one of the willowy air caste, with their etiolated build and gangling limbs. One of the few apparent racial constants that unites all the castes is an absolute lack of sensitivity to the Empyrean. There are, seemingly, no psychers amongst the Tau, nor any tendency towards the uncontrolled mutation that the warp's touch brings. It is unclear to what degree the ethereals know of or comprehend the hellish dimension that roils beneath the skin of real space, but it is readily apparent that the race they rule understand nothing of it. In many ways, of course, this is a blessing, for the touch of the warp is wholly corrupting. Yet, in others, for a people pushing ever further into a dark and violent galaxy, where the power of chaos is on the rise, it is a perilous blind spot. The fire caste constitutes the warriors of Tau society. It is the duty of these soldiers to protect the other castes, and to eliminate any foes foolish enough to oppose the will of the Tau Empire. Long ago, the fire caste originated from the hunter tribes of the plains. Even then, they were already the strongest and most aggressive of all the Tau. Through the years, the fire caste's desirable traits of strength and physical size have continued to increase, and any weak strains are quickly weeded out. They are guided by an enduring creed known as the Code of Fire, which stresses martial arts, loyalty, and merciless war tempered by wisdom. The fire warriors spend their entire lives either in battle or preparing for it, constantly honing their tactics and relentlessly working to improve their combat skills. The Earth caste comprises the artisans, engineers, and laborers of the Tau. It is by far the most populous of the castes. It is they who construct machines, raise colonies and cities, and provide food for the rest of the Tau Empire. Without the Earth caste, the farms would not produce, and the factories would stand idle. The menial levels of the Earth caste are sturdy laborers who toil ceaselessly. Its foremost minds, by comparison, become engineers and scientists, inventors beyond compare. It is they who fashion the sophisticated technologies and forward-leaping innovations that are so prevalent throughout every level of Tau society, and who ensure that the fire caste have the weapons they need to fight their wars. Water is the element that can be found in all living things, flowing continuously to allow life to function. Such is the comparison oft repeated by the bureaucrats, politicians, diplomats, and administrators of the water caste. In essence, they are the civil servants who make Tau society run smoothly. The water caste make up the merchants, traders, and ambassadorial corps moving fluidly among the other castes and any aliens incorporated into the Tau Empire. They assuage fears and ensure all negotiations are handled with great efficiency. This subset of the Tau has always displayed a gift for linguistics, a talent that has grown ever more refined over time. The water caste are able to learn alien languages with ease and show a remarkable aptitude for understanding and emulating even the most nuanced aspects of social, religious, and political interaction. In ancient times, the Tau of the air caste were messengers, but now they fill the role of pilots and spaceship crews, transporting goods and warriors to where they are needed, or pushing back the boundaries of known Tau space. The air caste, sometimes called the invisible caste, are the unseen force, for they rarely, if ever, set foot upon planets. Most air caste Tau spend the majority of their lives in void transit or aboard space stations. Their bodies have evolved to their new circumstances, no longer bearing wings as they once did, but instead exhibiting longer and lighter frames in response to their low-gravity existence. Hollow bones allow the pilots of the aircast to withstand great acceleration, though they are conversely weak and ungainly on worlds with even a moderate gravity. In battle, the aircast rain death from the skies, while crewing either attack fighters or bomber craft in support of the planet-bound fire warriors. Ethereals. The ethereal caste stand apart from their people. They rule the Tau as a wise and patient adult might guide spirited, if occasionally wayward youths to realize their truest potentials. Sometimes serene and benevolent, other times hard and stern as stone. It is the ethereals who divine the needs of the greater good, and who decree the ways in which the Tau Empire may bring it about. The ethereals rule Tau society. They are longer lived than the other castes, and this gives them greater scope of vision. It is they who determine the goals of their empire, and who guide their people's feet upon their chosen paths. For their part, the Tau view the ethereals with a reverence bordering on the religious. Secular rulers, priesthood, grand galactic strategists, the ethereals are all of these things to their race, and the respect they are paid is absolute. The ethereals perform a unifying role within the Tau Empire. They take counsel from senior members of each caste, but ultimately all decisions are theirs to make, and responsibilities theirs to be borne. Ethereals must motivate. They must lead, encourage, or rein in the Tau of the other castes as need dictates. They do all this with the absolute confidence of those who know they possess a monopoly upon the truth. Amongst their most important duties is the orchestration of propaganda that is beamed endlessly across the Tau Empire to spread hope and determination. It is a small wonder that Tau interstellar communication technology has seen advancement every bit as meteoric as that of their voidcraft or military hardware. To their own people, the ethereals are infinitely wise rulers, ruthless when they must be, but ultimately altruistic. To outside species, they cultivate a more aloof appearance. They do nothing to dissuade more primitive alien races from defying them, or more recalcitrant people from fearing them as all-knowing and perilous to anger. No one, neither Tau nor alien observer, knows how the ethereals exert such unquestioned authority over their people. This is due in part to the suicidal lengths Tau will go in the defense of their ethereals. Rare indeed is the capture of these revered beings, for entire hunter cadres would rather go to their willing deaths than know the crushing shame of having allowed their assigned ethereal to be captured or slain. Lack of experimental subjects has not stopped imperial biologians from speculating upon the mechanisms of ethereal rule, of course, discarding as facile the suggestion that the Tau simply believe unswervingly in their Xenos creed. Such magi have suggested everything from veiled psychic domination or pheromonal control to even more outlandish theories like mass racial hypnosis or the deployment of invisible organic nanites. Whatever its method, the ethereal's effect upon their people is very evident in battle. There, they evoke the elemental truths to inspire nigh supernatural feats of accuracy, courage, speed, and resilience. Their mere presence evokes something like zealotry in other Tau, and countless desperate defeats have been transformed into improbable victories thanks to the leadership of an ethereal. On Va is the oldest and highest ranking of the Ethereal Council. His voice is law across the entire Tau Empire. His hand is visible in many of his people's greatest achievements. On Va is revered almost as a living deity, and the mere rumor of his arrival is enough to double Earthcast production quotas, propel military conquests to their victorious conclusion, and trigger countless Kai Rhoda of somber yet jubilant ceremonies. Despite his irreplaceable value to the Empire, On Va is often seen upon the forefront of Tau military campaigns. He does not seek to fight himself. Rather, he allows his awe-inspiring presence to drive the fire and air castes to fight like heroes of legends. The Sioka system victory, the pronouncement of Mount Sion, the remarkable El Yash Gauntlet, these and other tales are beloved across the Empire, with each painting the ethereal supreme as the architect of absolute glorious triumph. Nor are On Va's achievements restricted to the battlefield, for he is an orator and negotiator of sublime skill and has brought even the most challenging alien species into the Empire's fold. On Va has lived countless lifespans, even for an ethereal. Yet his people accept this as simply another facet of his legend. He is to them an icon of longevity, stability, and purpose, whose morality could never be countenanced. This is unfortunate, as the true On Va is already dead, slain by an imperial assassin during the apocalyptic conclusion of the war beyond the Damocles Gulf. Knowing the cataclysmic impact his death would have upon Tau society, the Ethereals have since employed solid light technology coupled with AI personality matrices to give the Ethereal Supreme a simulacra of life beyond death that has, thus far, fooled the worshipful masses. Of course, his honor guard may now never leave Anva's side, and none may ever be permitted to touch him, for the labyrinthian deception must never be revealed. Battle suits. The battle suit, or hero's mantle, is emblematic of the Tau way of war. It embodies their philosophy of overcoming any challenge through the innovative application of superior technology. For those finest warriors of the fire caste to who it is granted, it is a badge of honor and a weapon of war both. Most of all, it is a broad category of ever-advancing and diversifying combat armor with near limitless martial applications. The first battle suits invented by the Earth caste were nearly as perilous to the operators as to the foe. Thanks to selfless sacrifices of those first pioneers, however, battle suits soon became pivotal to Tau warfare, with new innovations and marks of suit coming into use all the time. The most enduringly popular battle suit is the XV8 Crisis. Standing twice the height of a fire warrior, it boasts nanocrystalline armor and multiple hardpoints for weaponry and support systems, along with a powerful jetpack. Often deployed in teams via low atmospheric insertion from holds of Manta dropships, these suits offer a balance of speed, resilience, and firepower. The XV8 has further provided the prototype chassis for several more advanced battle suits now available to Tau commanders. These include the XV86 Cold Star with its trans-atmospheric flight capabilities and the formidable XV85 Enforcer. For sabotage and intelligence gathering, the Firecast deployed teams of XV25 stealth battlesuits. The pilots of these suits are viewed askance for their unconventional tendencies and preference for operating independently of the wider Tau military. Their peculiarities, however, are more than excused by their combat record. XV25s mount integral stealth field generators that project a visual distortion effect. Coupled with cloaking fields and sensory deadening technologies, this renders stealth battlesuits all but invisible until they strike. More recently, the XV25 has been joined by the XV95 Ghost Keel, which is a walking tank and stealth-capable terror weapon in one. The pilots of these battlesuits are veterans of XV25 operations, augmenting their hard-won abilities in ambush hunting and covert warfare with onboard support AI and a bewildering array of counter-sensory systems. It is a potent combination that has sealed the doom of many foes. Then there are those battlesuits that eschew any notion of subtlety. The XV88 Broadside, for example, is a hulking beast that trades jet-assisted flight for armored resilience and enormous firepower. Toting heavy rail rifles, high-yield missile pods, and smart missile systems, broadside teams unleash salvos capable of shredding squadrons of tanks or swathes of massed infantry. Then there is the XV-104 Riptide, the terror of Damocles, the ultimate heavy battlesuit. A single fire warrior, assisted by an integrated AI, pilots this towering war engine and can move with a jet-assisted mobility that belies the Riptide's intimidating size. The battlesuit's experimental Nova reactor fuses dark matter to provide phenomenal power output that not only facilitates this frightening turn of pace, but also powers the suit's potent energy shield and a veritable arsenal of heavy weaponry. Battlefield support. In addition to the formidable armor and weaponry fashioned for them by the Earthcast, fire warriors on the battlefield have access to numerous supporting technologies, whether they are fighting on foot or piloting a battlesuit. Over their long and glorious history, the Firecast has made use of countless inventions that have flowed from the laboratories of the Earthcast. As each new technological marvel reaches a stage of combat readiness, it is assigned to willing volunteers for frontline testing. Some devices are weeded out during this experimental phase. They may prove too great a drain on a drone or battlesuit's power, or too fragile or temperamental for battlefield conditions. On rare occasions, as in the case of the exothermic reactive mantle, the gravitic auto booster, and the now infamous pulse field projector, they may prove regrettably hazardous to their user. Should this occur, the designs are not discarded, but are instead returned to the laboratory stage for further improvement, albeit with some loss of face for their inventors. For every innovation whose time is not yet ripe, there is another tried and tested system the Firecast would not now be without. Some of these are extremely modular, or have become more so over time. The ubiquitous marker light, for example, is a data beam projector and targeting system used to triangulate their foe's location, so as to undermine their cover positions or guide remote strike weaponry down upon them. So useful is this system that it has been adapted for handheld use by pathfinders and fire warriors, but can also be mounted on drones, battlesuits, and vehicles. By comparison, the electro-warfare suites employed by Ghost Keel battlesuits are so currently complex that they cannot be integrated into any other Tau's battlesuit, let alone replicated in miniature for infantry usage. That does not mean, of course, that this will be the case forever. The Earthcast are always seeking ways to better their own work. Certain support systems are known as staples of the Tau war machine. The operation and manufacture of some of these perennial technologies is so sound that it has not been improved upon in generations. Others are relatively newfound, yet have swiftly proliferated throughout the Firecast's forces and become indispensable to the cause. Oshasera, Commander Shadowsun, spearhead of the greater good. Amongst the finest pupils of Commander Puretide, Oshasera is the foremost living proponent of Kauyan within the Firecast, and amongst the Empire's most iconic war heroes. Clad in her highly advanced XV-22 Stalker battlesuit, Commander Shadowsun employs her strategic genius to orchestrate vast and elaborate battle plans, all while engaging and destroying the enemy's most valuable target assets. More than 400 years before the present day, the humble Shasla, who would become Commander Shadowsun, was the prodigy of the Firecast academies. So exceptional was her performance that she was given the opportunity to study at the feet of the Great Master, Commander Puretide. There she continued to excel. Despite being Puretide's youngest pupil, she outstripped all her peers bar one, Commander Oshova. Oshasera and Oshova developed a deep and abiding rivalry that pushed both of them to ever greater feats of excellence in the name of the Tau Empire. That rivalry carried over to the bloody campaign upon Dalyth Prime, where the two commanders between them bled the momentum from the Imperial steamroller offensive. It was Oshova's dynamic deeds that gained greatest recognition during that fight. Yet none of his Mont-Ka tactics would have been possible had it not been for Shadowsun's meticulous Kaon strategies. In the wake of that conflict, Commander Farsight was selected by Anva for a daring new mission beyond the Damocles Gulf. Shadowsun, along with a number of Puretide's other living pupils, was sent into suspended animation in preparation for a time when the Empire would need new heroes. No doubt a restless and competitive being like Oshasera chafed at being consigned to the long sleep while her rival continued to win victory after victory for the Empire. Yet she showed her true dedication to the Tau Va that day by accepting without question the decision of the Ethereals. Oshasera knew the time would come when she would best serve the greater good, whether that would take decades, centuries, or millennia. So it did during the Great War of Confederation against the overwhelming Ork threat. Having been revivified upon the order of Anva and given command of increasingly sizable Tau forces, Shadowsun demonstrated her genius at Kaon warfare time and again. Yet it was her audacious strike to end the Kresh expansions that sealed her reputation as the Empire's greatest hero. She led a stealth cadre into the heart of the Ork encampment to land the killing blow, timing her attack to coincide with an artificial eclipse, and using low-flying Orca dropships to deploy her entire cadre by jump jet direct into the enemy lines. Under cover of the unnatural darkness, Shadow Sun and her warriors picked off the Orc leaders one by one. Osha Sarah herself hunted the Orc warlord, cutting him down with precision fire before ordering the rest of her cadres to launch their own attack. Shorn of their leaders, the Orcs collapsed into panicked anarchy. By the time the sunlight burned through the artificial veil, the battle was over, and a new Firecast legend was born. Promoted to Supreme Commander, Osha Sarah made her address from the Montier Battle Dome, the site where Farsight had famously trained. Arriving resplendent in her new prototype XV-22 battlesuit, she was a sight to stir the martial hearts of all who viewed her. With the entire Firecast watching, Shadow Sun began firing her weapons at the statue of Farsight, obliterating the effigy of this hero turned deserter. As the dust settled, she outlined the new campaigns the Tau Empire would soon embark on. She spoke of honor, the sacred code of fire, and the all-important law of the Tau Va. After this address, every fire warrior shouted in one voice, ready to follow their new commander to any end. Since that day, though she has been returned to stasis more than once, Commander Osha Sarah has remained the champion of the Empire. It was she who led the Third Sphere expansion to so many glorious victories, and who ensured the establishment of septs that have endured beyond the Damocles Gulf ever since. During that conflict, she led the assault that conquered the world Agrilan in a single day. And it was Shadow Sun also who outmaneuvered and struck down Corvin Severax, the chapter master of the Raven Guard Space Marines. It was Shadow Sun, too, who spearheaded the Fifth Sphere expansion's leap into the unknown beyond the zone of silence. In the Chalnath expanse, she secured many fresh victories and masterminded system-wide campaigns of conquest. Some were subtle and diplomatic, others overwhelming martial masterpieces. Following her victory on Astorgius, Commander Shadow Sun turned her strategic genius to once again battling her oldest foes, the Orks. Vast numbers of them had been drawn by the three-sided anarchic campaign raging through the vast swathes of the Chalnath expanse. The greenskins poured from the Folna nebulae in ragtag invasion fleets, with the Thaxoril, Ryatov, and Barolier systems barely pacified, and conflict still raging on half a dozen other fronts. Osha Sarah was unwilling to allow this new menace to destabilize the precarious expansion of the Nimyar Atoll, deploying her forces in a complex web of interlocking positions throughout the Vilas, Metash, and Asoda systems. she has begun a military campaign with the Kaon philosophy at its heart, on an inter-system scale. In this way, she plans to bleed dry the Orks' momentum and utterly crush the threat they pose to the Fifth Sphere expansion. Spheres of expansion. The rise of the Tau can be seen to develop through distinct phases of exploration, conquest, and settlement known as spheres of expansion. Each is marked by a long buildup of resources and material, after which continual waves of exploratory missions and military campaigns follow. In this way are new septs secured, which in turn form the jumping-off points for the next sphere of expansion that follows. The events of the spheres of expansion have occurred over thousands of years. Still, when set against the immense distances involved in void-faring and the comparative pace set by other expanding races, their progress has been explosive. Each has spurred massive leaps in technology and understanding. Each has also come with its own traumas and costs, which Tau civilization has borne with characteristic stoicism. The initial surge out into the void saw the Tau colonize the dense star clusters around their home world. The first 8 Tau septs were established during this era of enterprise and adventure. It was an era when the might and value of the Fire Caste was fully appreciated by the rest of their species, for many worlds played host to hostile alien predators that had to be eliminated before colonization could begin. The Water Caste, too, proved their value during the first sphere expansion, for it was they, with the aid of the Ethereals, who acclimatized their race to the notion of befriending and then incorporating even the strangest alien races into the Empire. For all their efforts, though, there was one race that could not be absorbed nor reasoned with. It took many costly disasters before the Tau accepted that the Orks, who proliferate throughout every region of the galaxy, were too savage and hostile ever to benefit the greater good. The first sphere expansion ended only when the vast distances of space slowed progression to a crawl. It was time for the Earth Caste to develop new methods of spacefaring, and for the rest of the thinly spread empire to regather its strength. In the build-up to the second sphere expansion, the Tau developed their first AI, incorporated countless more alien auxiliaries into their empire, and grew greatly in number. Then the Earth Caste of Volshaya Sept invented the ZFR Horizon Accelerator engine, which could propel Tau void ships to near light speed. Only then did Ethereal Supreme An Wei order the second expansion to commence. This new undertaking was to prove even more dynamic than the first, with more than a dozen new septs colonized over its span. The name of Commander Puretide dominated this period of Tau history, as he led masterful campaigns to which the septs of Elsier, Toshvar, and Altau owe their existence. Even the battle-loving Orks feared to face Puretide by the time his career neared its end. Towards the conclusion of this expansion, the Tau pushed forces across the mysterious Damocles Gulf, and there they encountered the Imperium for the first time. Watercast negotiators knew initial success here, and brought a score of human worlds willingly into the Empire before the inevitable Imperium retribution came. Driving the Tau back across the Gulf, the Damocles Crusade carved a bloody path through Tau space before finally being bled of its momentum by Commanders Oshova and Oshacera on Daleth Prime. In the wake of this shocking conflict, the high-placed ethereal Anva sent Oshova back across the Gulf to attempt further conquests, only for the commander and his followers to desert in mysterious circumstances. At the same time, the horror of Tyrannid Hive Fleet Gorgon plowed into Kel Shan Sept. The ensuing battles drained the last of the Tau reserves before the invaders were defeated. The second sphere expansion was at an end. The Tau Empire was almost ready to launch its third greatest expansion when an Ork Wah of unprecedented enormity spilled from the Western Veil Nebula to attack the Virla, Sakea, and Tauin septs. So began the Great War of Confederacy, during which Anva, now Ethereal Supreme, brought the entire Tau Empire together as a unified war engine to first halt and then defeat the Greenskins. Near the end of the second sphere expansion, several of Commander Puretide's most promising pupils had been placed into suspended animation against a day the Empire would need them most. It was during the Ork invasion that Anva had Commander Oshacera reawakened, for he knew her time had come. By the end of the war, which raged for 12 years, Shadow Sun had made her name as the greatest commander in living memory. She was the hero of the Fire Caste, victor of Vehara, the Dawn Worlds of Kormusan, and the Kresh expansions. Moreover, the empire that revered her had achieved a total war footing during the conflict, and its armies were now filled with blooded veterans, buoyed up by victory. Knowing the moment was right, Anva ordered the third sphere of expansion to begin. New Earth-cast advances saw the Tau void ships travel faster than ever, and with stasis chambers on board that could transport entire hunter cadres in suspended animation. The expansion surged across the Damocles Gulf, with Shadow Sun at its head. The Watercast had performed decades of preparatory negotiations amidst the distant alien worlds, and so Shadow Sun's forces claimed dozens of new planets in spectacularly short order. She drove her armies deep into Imperial space, culminating in the crushing conquest of Argrillan, which was declared the capital world of the new Mugalith Bay Sept. Some Tau naively believed that they had the Imperium in full retreat. They did not appreciate the scale of their error until the cataclysmic Imperial counterattack came. Only the unexpected aid of Oshova and his rebels saw the Tau spared from utter defeat in the meat grinder that followed. Yet still it proved horribly costly. Anva was slain by nightmarish Imperial assassins, though his death was kept secret. At the same time, rather than accept stalemate at the hands of upstart Xenos, the Imperium unleashed an Archaeotech superweapon whose fires blackened Argrillan and spread across the Damocles Gulf to drive both sides apart. It was an atrocity on a scale the Tau had never imagined, and it ended the third sphere of expansion in grisly fashion. The Orks are the most relentlessly warlike alien race in the galaxy. They are also one of the most numerous and widespread. Humanity has encountered the greenskin menace from the far reaches of the Ahulis sector to the shadowy cool stars, and the depths of the Segmentum Obscurus to the eastern fringe. Always hostile, always utterly anarchic, the Orks are an omnipresent threat to every race they encounter. Orks attack with little thought for self-preservation or elaborate strategy. Such concepts are hazy to them at best, and usually shoved aside in favor of the simple joy of storming headlong into battle. This is not to say Orks are nothing but base savages, however. A quirk of the greenskins' genetic makeup affords some amongst them the instinctive knowledge to build terrifying and deadly weapons of war, perform crude bionic surgery upon their wounded, project devastating psychic assaults against the foe, and lead immense war bands into the stars to crush and conquer. This, then, is the peril of the Orks. Unrelenting, innumerable, and bent upon endless battles. Only their anarchic nature holds them back from complete galactic conquest. Might makes right. Even a single Ork is dangerous. With their hulking physiques, jutting tusks, taloned fingers, and ability to sustain catastrophic injuries, even temporary decapitation without dying, these Xenos are natural warriors. Yet it is the simple and resilient nature of Ork society that raises them from a civilization of mere thuggish beasts to a world-conquering, nigh-on unstoppable threat. Orks love to fight. The bigger, louder, and more anarchic the battle, the more the orcs enjoy it. They will brawl amongst one another if they cannot find any external party against whom to vent their aggression. And in doing so, they establish a simple and robust pecking order. The biggest, strongest, and most ferociously violent orc inevitably fights their way to the top of the heap and becomes war boss. Those rivals he batters on his way up naturally fall into place as his swaggering lieutenants. The rest of the orcs follow their lead. Moreover, the more orcs fight and win, the larger and more monstrous they grow. If a new contender gets big and mean enough to challenge for rulership, they and the war boss will fight it out. The orcs see this barbarous system as right and natural, and it ensures that they are always led by the most powerful, if not the brightest, orc amongst them. This internecine competition is inherent to every aspect of what the orcs call their culture, and it speaks to the obsessive nature of their simple psyches. Orcs do not merely enjoy things. They become monomaniacal about them. Whether it be fighting, going as fast as possible, setting fire to things, building contraptions, or whatever else. Once an orc fixates upon that thing, nothing else will do. Not only this, but they are driven to prove themselves the best fighter, speediest racer, most pyromaniacal burner of things, and so on. The tribal warfare and breakneck races continue until such a time as a non-orc enemy presents itself. At this point, the greenskins' rivalries are set aside, at least partially, to allow for all-out war against whatever unfortunate species they have encountered. Of course, such conflicts inevitably offer their own opportunities for orcs so inclined to prove they are the biggest, meanest, and ultimately best. Wherever orcs are found, a strange ecosystem develops that sustains their crude society. Odd fungi spring up in profusion, as do innumerable species of misshapen beasts, commonly known to the orcs as squigs. Different strains of these creatures have different uses. From the dribble-snouted oil squigs, or the oddly musical squig pipes, to massive strains of riding squigs, delicious eating squigs, viciously fanged gnasher squigs, and countless others. Along with these useful, if surly and vicious creatures, an underclass of greenskin runts manifests itself, divided into the simple-minded snotlings, useful for fetching, carrying, squig farming, and little else, and the wiry, cunning Gretchen. These Gretchen, also known as grots, serve their bullying orc masters as servants, skivvies, ammo carriers, and surgical orderlies, carrying out any jobs the orcs themselves can't be bothered to do. Gretchen are physically smaller and weaker than orcs, but their conniving and sneaky nature is beyond anything most orcs are capable of. This allows the Gretchen to survive and even prosper amongst Orc society. It does not, however, prevent them from being constantly brutalized, eaten, subjected to ghastly industrial accidents, trampled underfoot, blown up for target practice, or herded into battle as landmine clearance. Bizarrely, few Grots ever complain about this treatment. They accept their short, cruel lives as simply another part of the natural order of things. Besides, the spiteful creatures can always find a slower, stupider, or weaker runt to take the bullet for them in a pinch. Where the strange orcoid ecosystem springs from, or how it self-regulates, is a mystery to every other sentient race in the galaxy. Theories abound that Orks originate from some conjoined subdimension beyond real space. They are rumored to replicate through a twisted form of mitosis, or through spores, replete with all the genetic components required to produce fresh waves of orcs, runts, and squigs shed from their bodies. This last theory bears much credence, for it is true that, unless the corpse of every last orc is burned after battle, sooner or later a planet attacked by orcs will see them emerge from the shadows to fight again. Of course, this is a risk even if the invading greenskins are properly disposed of. Should a world's defenders put up a spirited fight, word spreads amongst greenskin warbands of a planet where a good scrap can be had. This brings wave upon wave of copycat invasions, often culminating in even the most stoic defenses being overrun by orcs. Power of the Waaagh. When orcs gather in large numbers, a very strange phenomenon manifests. A kind of gestalt energy builds, a supernatural charge like the tension before a thunderstorm, exciting the orc's raucous and violent tendencies even as it feeds off them. Some amongst the imperial magos biologists have hypothesized that this energy lies at the heart of the many inexplicable facets of the orc's essential nature. Orcs, for their part, couldn't care less. To them, this is simply the power of the Waaagh. A lot of odd things happen around orcs when they get themselves worked up. Be it a punch-up between rival knobs, a Nasher squig eating contest, or the build-up to a battle. Anything that feeds the greenskins' aggressive natures also causes the power of the Waaagh to flow. Raucous excitement generates more Waaagh energy, which in turn drives the orcs to even greater heights of belligerence. This aggression intensifies until fistfights become riotous civil wars, races become high-speed onslaughts, and mayhem generally ensues. Nor is violence the only way in which the power of the Waaagh manifests. It has been suggested that orc technology works only because the greenskins themselves believe that it should. This seems ludicrous, yet it is an observable fact that no other race can make orc technology work as intended. Then, there is the manner by which greenskins are drawn towards conflict, as though by some homing instinct. Is this ill chance on the part of those already beset? Or, as some claim, are these fresh waves lured in by the call of the Wa? Reports even exist of orc warbands vanishing in storms of green energy, only to appear again subsectors away. This could be the result of xenotech teleportation. There again, it might be something altogether stranger. If the orcs attach any significance to these occurrences, they simply put them down to proper orkiness, or in some nebulous fashion, the wills of Gork and Mork. Some scholars claim that the power of the Wa must surely be the way in which orcs, as a species, interact with the warp. Whether this is accurate or not, a particular type of odd boy acts as a focal point for all this tempestuous energy. These unfortunate beings are known as weird boys. The lot of the weird boys is not a glorious one. Their lives tend towards the short, brutal, and miserable. The reason is simple. Weird boys have little or no control over their dubious gifts. If a weird boy is nearby when Wa energy starts flowing, a great portion of that energy flows straight into him. A storm of primitive power rages within the weird boy's mind, while crackling green lightning leaps from his fingertips, eyeballs, and tongue. Ectoplasm drools from his lips, fire burns through his limbs, and agonizing pressure builds within his skull. If the weird boy does not manage to vent this accumulation in time, it causes his head to explode as though he had stuck a stick bomb up his nose. Even worse, the resultant uncontrolled detonation of Wa energy may even pop the heads of a few more greenskins unlucky enough to be standing too close. Aware of the dangers that weird boys present, most orc tribes force those odd boys to wear jangly bells and bright colors to warn of their approach. The weird boys live in isolated huts or locked away atop rickety weird boy towers, and are happy enough with this arrangement. After all, a weird boy has a vested interest in steering clear of all things explodey head related. Many even carry copper staves through which they can channel away the energies of the Wa, should the buildup become too much. However, when war calls, most war bosses look at their weird boys as convenient, if short-lived, artillery pieces, and so insist on them being dragged into battle. Here, the weird boys vent their gathered power in the form of heaving spumes of ectoplasmic power vomit, skull-bursting beams of green energy, supernaturally loud roars, and all other manner of spectacular and destructive phenomena Where most weird boys would quite like to be left alone, some become addicted to the danger and exhilaration of battle. Reveling in the rush of venting their built-up powers, these so-called warpheads seek out the very thickest press of battle, intentionally supercharging their tortured brains and unleashing devastating shockwaves of supernatural force upon the foe. Equally, there are those orcs who, possibly due to some quirk in their biology, are a few squigs short of a swarm. Known collectively as mad boys, they behave in strange and erratic ways, wearing all manner of overly colorful and outlandish garb. They have also been known to wield everything from dismembered limbs and metal chair legs to stuffed squigs in battle. Mad boys are drawn to weird boys, despite the risks they present, and, whether they like it or not, often form impromptu retinues for the luckless odd boys. When enough orcs gather in one place, a great migration often occurs. This is either caused by the greenskins' innate desire for battle, or triggered by some cosmic catastrophe, such as impending warp storms or the death of a star. Orcs in their billions swarm into space beneath the leadership of an almighty warlord, their hordes boasting towering war effigies, swarms of battle tanks, stampedes of rampaging squigs, sky-darkening armadas of ramshackle aircraft, and countless other terrifying weapons. Being the straightforward creatures they are, orcs call such a migratory invasion force a Wa. Each such immense army is named after its warlord. For example, Wa Gruk or Wa Badzag. Everyone is capable of crushing entire systems, even subjugating subsectors if they gather enough momentum and numbers. And typically, each is borne through space aboard enormous agglomerate vessels known as space hulks. Orcs do fashion their own spacecraft, from small but deadly ram ships to the much larger kill cruisers and heavily customized asteroid junk ships known as rocks. However, any Wa worth its name employs vast tractor beams to capture a space hulk or three before setting off. These immense ghost ships are, in truth, the remains of multiple vessels lost upon the tides of warp space and gradually fused together by the energies of that terrible realm. Most species consider space hulks to be the harbingers of doom, for they are often infested with monstrous beings and drop from the warp without warning, bringing death and destruction. For orcs, however, they are a gift, as the greenskins get the fun of fighting and beating whatever other creatures may have infested their chosen vessel. Orcs don't worry about where they themselves are going. They simply strap extra engines and guns onto their chosen hulk, point it at the nearest warp storm, and then take plunge. Greenskins trust to Gork and Mork they will emerge from the Imperium near, if not on top of, some settled planetary system that they can invade. The old ways. Orcs care nothing for the deeper questions, and yet many of them possess a bone-deep sense of tradition, manifesting as a conservative mistrust of anything they see as un-orky. In multiple cases, of course, this is simply because the orcs in question are too dim to see the value in new or complex ideas. But being wrong never stopped an orc arguing his case with his fists. Even the densest greenskins can wrap their heads around the concept of gathering in massive mobs, bellowing while charging headlong at the enemy, then beating the foe to a bloody pulp. Such so-called green tides lay at the heart of many orc warbands. Their efficacy cannot be denied, even if they leave something to be desired in terms of subtlety and the survival of most of the orcs involved. Countless enemy battle lines have fallen to the steamroller charge of several hundred belligerent greenskins. In sufficient numbers, these most traditional of orcish offensives can carry fortresses, hive cities, or even worlds. Married to such tactics, the more traditional orc wields straightforward weapons. The ubiquitous choppas, for example, are often no more than a hefty handle with a heavy metal axe head on the end, or even just a club with several sharp rivets hammered through them. Meanwhile, such weapons as sluggas, shootas, and big shootas are all variations on simple, rapid-firing, large-caliber firearms. As important to an orc as a gun's accuracy or lethality is its volume. The louder the din, the more effective their owners consider the weapon to be. And so, perversely, the more effective they prove to be. The racket a gun makes, its rate of fire, and how much armor it can punch through are all conflated by orcs into the catch-all term Daka. The more Daka a gun has, the better it is. Numbers, brawn, swarming runts and squigs, solid and reliable weapons and armor, these are what the more down-to-earth orcs believe wins wars. The black-clad brutes of the Goth clan and the leathery old traditionalists of the Snakebite clan typify such viewpoints, albeit allowing for smatterings of piston-powered claws, slab-sided battle tanks, and brutish combat walkers, the better to clobber the foe. One subculture in particular epitomizes the embracing of the so-called old ways, fused with the wonders of orky bionic technology. The beast snagga stampedes. There isn't a problem that beast snaggas don't think can be fixed with a squig. Indeed, the dangerous beasts appear in such profusion around these orcs that no beast snagga is really considered one of the lads until he's lost a limb or two to their snapping jaws, or at least wound up with some truly magnificent bite scars to show off. Beast snaggas breed countless varieties of squigs. Squigs for riding, squigs for eating, if they don't eat the orcs first, squigs from which to squeeze oil, squigs to send scampering or flapping off with hastily scrawled message glyphs, frond trailing little squigs to wear like topknots, and boggled-eyed varieties to wire into the targeting systems of their guns. These squigs mingle with the crude war paint and the alien pelt armor of the beast snaggas to lend them an especially feral and ferocious appearance. Every orc subculture finds its roots in some obsession that enough like-minded greenskins share. For beast snaggas, this is the thrill of the hunt. They live for spotting, running down, cornering, and then clobbering the biggest and most dangerous prey, before claiming trophies to prove their might. The beast snaggas roam endlessly in search of this thrill, as nomads thundering across plain and desert, through forest, swamp, and ruined urban jungle. To facilitate their hunt, beast snaggas stay highly mobile. They rarely halt for any length of time, even eating, sleeping, and practicing their crude bionic surgeries on the move. A typical beast snagga tribe has at its heart one or more rugged scrap iron kill rigs or hunter rigs, pulled along by snorting trampla squigs. These careering land barges swarm with burly beast snagga boys, always raring to get their tusks and claws into their next quarry. Around the rigs swarms packs of the tribe's best hunters, mounted on ferocious and often cybernetically enhanced squig hogs. The tribe's bosses lead the charge astride hard-headed smash-a-squigs and massive, terrifying squigosaurs. Meanwhile, the tribe's grots, known to the beast snaggas as saddlegits, and viewed rather like favored pets, hang on where they can, leap nimbly between galloping squigs, and generally do their best to avoid being trampled underfoot. There can be no hiding the approach of a beast snagga stampede. Vast dust clouds rise in their wake, and the ground shakes as though terrified beneath pounding claws, hooves, and iron-shod wheels. Such warning does little to help the enemy, however, because once these hulking greenskins and their steeds have built up a head of steam, there's little that can stop them. Beast snaggas consider anything large and dangerous enough, or numerous enough in a pinch, to be worthy prey. Rampaging xenofauna, monstrous war beasts such as tyrannid carnifexes or heretical demon engines, heavily armored tanks, super heavy combat walkers, and even towering battle titans. Beast snaggas will have a go at bringing all of these down with single-minded ferocity. Their favored tactic is to employ the harpoon and chain guns they call stickas, hurling or firing them at their prey until they festoon its hide. Then, while some of the beast snaggers hang on to the chains and stop the straining quarry from getting away, the rest descend in a brutal swarm to hack, saw, and rip their victim to bits. It is because of such contests of strength that the average beast snagger is especially big and brawny. Few can forget the sight of a mob of these hulking monsters digging in their heels, flexing their corded green muscles, then winning a tug-of-war with a revving battle tank long enough for their mates to saw its tracks off. The beast snaggers do not hunt completely at random. Not only do many possess a keen eye for tracking prey, but they also have their boys to guide them. These primitive, wild, and unremarkably unsavory weird boys channel the Wa in its most feral and animalistic form. They employ their pseudo-shamanistic powers to glean visions they believe are sent by Gork and Mork, guiding them to the best prey. So crucial are the Boys' visions to Beast Snagga society that they are afforded more respect than typical weird boys. Though dangerous and unstable, they are treated like oracles. Many are even afforded places in towers atop their tribe's kill rigs. From such vantage points, boys can best spy out the prey from afar, while also remaining a nice safe distance from any orcs who may wish to keep their craniums unexploded. Many beast snaggas belong to the snakebite clan, for their ways are naturally compatible. However, beast snaggas of every clan and stripe roam the stars, and many a war boss seeks to include them in their After all, if nothing else, one simply has to follow the stampede to find a damn good fight. Orky know-whats. Orc technology is as unreliable as a grot on guard duty. It has a nasty habit of blowing up or behaving in ways its inventors never envisioned, and has an impact on its users' life expectancy equivalent to climbing into a squigoth pen while drunk. None of this stops many orcs from enthusiastically embracing the dubious wonders of what they call orky know-whats. Mechs, mech boys, mechaniacs, spanners. The orcs have many names for their ever-inventing, ever-experimenting engineer caste. They are the source of every greenskin contraption, vehicle, and weapon more complex than a plank with nails bashed through it. Yet, for all their instinctive knowledge of how to bodge together every sort of madcap machinery, mechs are no less anarchic than the rest of their race. Their workshops are death traps, surrounded by heaps of junk that might come in handy. and stuffed to ever-flowing with oversized tools, half-built weaponry, chain-dangled engine blocks, and discarded, often live, ordnance. Grot assistants, known as oilers, pick their way through the tangle, doing their best to assist their master while avoiding a sudden and explosive demise. Mechs don't tend to work from plans or blueprints, instead simply bolting together whatever feels right. As such, no two of their inventions is ever exactly the same, especially as mechs are driven to constantly tinker and experiment with new ideas. They will gladly do custom jobs for other orcs in return for payment in teeth or looted scrap. However, customers must be prepared to receive something rather different to what they ordered. Sluggas that fire glowy explosive shells, power claws that also shoot flame, armor that teleports its wearer about at random, battle wagons with protruding saw arms and flickering power shields. All these and countless other mad inventions may emerge from a mech's workshop. The array of technologies mechs spontaneously invent is truly incredible. From unstable energy weapons, matter-dragging tractor beams, and orc-portable rocket packs, to teleportation tech, warp tunnel projectors, electromagnetic beamers, and Mork alone knows what else. Mechs can make it all. Yet the great tragedy for their species, not that the orcs see it this way, is that for all their wondrous ability, the mechs only have the imagination to employ their technologies as weapons of war. They have the potential to make their species one of the most advanced in the galaxy. Yet, they simply render it one of the most dangerous, both to themselves and everyone else. Mechs and pain boys often collaborate, much to the misfortune of everything in arm's reach. When orcs' limbs, organs, or occasionally heads get lost in battle and require bionic replacement, it is the mech who fashions the cyborg components and the pain boy who fits them. Only amidst beast snagga tribes is this rule broken, as their own pain bosses manage to fulfill something of both roles. That said, pain bosses also prefer to work on squigs than on orcs, and frankly, most of their greenskin patients would prefer it that way too. When mech boys and pain boys really get working on collaborative efforts, a dread mob is often the result. Mech boys fashion combat walkers known as Killicans and Death Dreads. Then, the pain boys work with them to wire volunteers into the war engines. Grots into Killicans, and orcs into Death Dreads. This is a one-way trip involving a great deal of amputation and crude bionics. That doesn't stop greenskins queuing up for the process. After all, it appears to be a shortcut to being the biggest and the baddest. By the time the new pilots grasp how horribly restrictive it is being wired into an engine-driven armored dustbin, it's a bit too late. That said, with a bossy enough big mech, or two to herd them into battle, these dread mobs are clanking, smoke-belching nightmares for the enemy. Their guns, snapping claws, and roaring saws have broken more than a few battle lines. Another high-tech and all too infamous subculture within Orc society is the cult of speed. Known also as speed freaks, these are orcs who have become completely addicted to racing into battle as fast as possible. This they do aboard whatever scrap metal speedsters or stripped back upgunned war bikes they can get their claws on. Speed freaks gather into sizable mobs and squadrons. During the rare lulls between open warfare, they engage in raucous and breakneck races around, or often right through, their tribe's encampment. The majority of orcs consider such races the height of entertainment, waging merrily on which speed freaks will make it over the finishing line first, and who will end up on fire in a ditch. The craziest speed freaks of all become flyboys, taking to the skies in mech-built combat aircraft, tending towards rugged construction, minimal safety features, and a remarkable array of raggedly inaccurate firepower. These craft cause utter carnage amidst the foe, at least until they blow up and fall out of the sky. Tribes, clans, and war bands. The average orc has as much time for formalized systems of military organization as he does for washing regularly or learning to read. As with every other aspect of their society, such divisions are as rough and ready as they are instinctive, and the orcs waste no time examining their whys and wherefores. The most basic unit of organization that can be applied to orcs is the tribe. Simply put, this is every orc that lives in a particular area and fights beneath the WA banner of the local war boss. Tribes include every squig, runt, orc, war engine, and odd boy, making a claim to whatever territory they roam across. Some tribes build sprawling scrap forts and junk-strewn encampments. Such places typically boast everything from mechs workshops and pain boy clinics to squig pens, weird boy towers, scrap iron bunkers, rutted racetracks, and the fecal, stinking, fungus-infested ablution pits known as the drops. Other tribes stay always on the move, especially those largely or solely made up of speed freaks or beast snaggers. Such tribes may live off the land, in as much as they smash everything to bits and thieve or eat whatever they want from the wreckage. Entire mobile fortresses and encampments have also been witnessed, dragged along by huge teams of trampolisquigs or motorized track units. The clans stretch throughout all of Orc society, right across the galaxy, regardless of boundaries such as tribal allegiance. An Orc instinctively knows what clan he belongs to. This is no conscious choice, but rather a commonality of instinctive inclinations, outlooks, and philosophies, not dissimilar to the spontaneous knowledge of the Odd Boys. Even uttering such fiddly-sounding words around Orcs would likely move them to violence, of course. If they bothered to put a name to it at all, they'd just describe all this as their clan culture. Orcs belonging to the same clan favor the wearing of similar colors, attaching superstitious significances to them. Blue is lucky, black is no nonsense, red makes things go faster, and so on. Orcs being orcs, these beliefs literally manifest themselves. An orc daubed in blue war paint may escape death time and again due to improbably fortunate ricochets, misfiring weapons, and the like, while a truck painted bright red really will travel faster than one in any other hue. Clans are more than just a matter of shared aesthetics, of course. Orcs from the same clan all favor particular ways of war. They tend to have the same outlook on life, the galaxy, and everything, and may even exhibit particularly unifying physical characteristics. The Goth clan favor black garb, sometimes decorated with white checks or jags. They tend towards an especially hulking build, boasting many knobs and particularly ferocious war bosses, and favor straightforward and tremendously violent solutions to every problem. The Evil Sons clan produces the most speed freaks, garbing themselves in bright reds and oranges. They race into battle aboard ramshackle convoys of speeding vehicles, or else run alongside, yelling at the top of their lungs. Everyone hates the Bad Moons clan, except, of course, the Bad Moons themselves. Show-offs, one and all, Bad Moons have the fastest growing teeth. This makes them the richest orcs going, a fact they delight in flaunting with their rich yellow garb, showy gold jewelry, and preponderance over the top guns. The Death Skulls are well known to be unapologetic thieving gits, draping and smearing themselves in lucky blue. They take a light-fingered approach to ownership, viewing battle as only the first stage in looting the corpses of their enemies and of their dead mates. More dubious still are the Blood Axe clan, who all other orcs view askance. observing such practices as wearing camouflage and formulating battle plans. These rather un-orky orcs have a particular fondness for sneaky commandos, mobs of tank bustas, and squadrons of very large tanks. Snakebite clan orcs are traditionalists, from whom stem the greatest number of beast snagas. They wear leathery, primitive garb and eschew the more complex orky technologies. Those orcs who do not fit into a clan quickly become outcasts. This status, in itself, leads them to selfish acquisitiveness, earning them reputations as nasty pieces of work. Whether they are exiled or leave voluntarily, such greenskins become mercenary freebooters, fighting for plunder and riches while gladly allying themselves to anyone who will pay. In battle, the closest orcs get to forming unified squads is a mob. Like-minded orcs band together, usually under the violent command of a boss nob, then surge towards the enemy in mass. Some mobs, those kitted out with especially unpredictable high-tech weaponry, may instead be led by spanners. These talented greenskins use their mechanical skills to keep their fellows' guns operational and to stop them from spontaneously igniting. A warband, in comparison, is the catch-all term for an orc army of almost any size. The smallest may include just a couple of mobs being bossed around by a big mech or war boss, with aspirations of grandeur. Otherwise, a warband might represent a portion of a tribe's strength, sent out to scavenge or just cause trouble. At their largest, warbands may contain the combined might of multiple tribes, drawn together and fighting as one beneath the biggest war boss they've got. Some warbands include mobs from several different clans. Others may come solely from a single clan, a war boss or big mech gathering up all the lads he considers the best, before setting out to beat up all comers. Then there are the warbands that tend towards particular cults in what passes for strategy. Beyond cults of speed and beast snagga stampedes, there are also blitz brigades made up of orc tanks and the boys who ride in them. Storm Boy Corps that darkens the sky with their hunting bodies, Daka divisions that mass big guns, grot crude artillery, and many more besides. Only when enough warbands are drawn together under a single almighty warlord does a real wah begin. Skies darken as the immense void ships of the kin settle into orbit. Dark shapes streak groundwards as a rain of military landers and dropships bear the kin host to war. Their armored spearheads strike hard and true. Hecaton land fortresses smash through barricades and over obstructions as enemy fire rebounds harmlessly from their hulls. Lighter vehicles race alongside them, swinging around the flanks or focusing heavy weapons on enemy strong points to strip away the outer defenses. As teleport signatures flare and hatches slam open, the kin host's infantry surge into the fight, and the storm of fire redoubles. Moving with unity of purpose, the kin assesses and eliminates threats. Searing beams of energy bore through fortifications and vehicle hulls. Squads of Hearthkin advance relentlessly, hammering bolt rounds and plasma blasts into anyone foolish enough to bar their path. Chthonian berserks and heavily armored Hearthguard storm in to finish their foes at close quarters. Soon enough, nothing remains but the prize that the kin came to claim, and the scattered bodies of those who sought to stop them. Leagues at war. For thousands of years, the leagues of Votann have exploited the riches of the galactic core and overcome the perils of that tumultuous region. Over the millennia, they have battled many of the galaxy's races, and sometimes traded with or fought as mercenaries for others. Now, as the galaxy convulses in the grip of the Great Rift, they face new challenges and new wars. The kin are squat, powerfully built humanoids. They dwell in vast numbers within the galactic core, being not so populous as the teeming humans, but far better established than the nascent Tau or dwindling Eldari. They are a clone race. Each generation emerges from machines known as crucibles, which draw upon vast banks of genomic data to produce a stable and varied populace. Their numbers are further augmented by the Ironkin, machine intelligences clad in mechanical bodies that are dedicated to aiding their flesh and blood fellows. To the kin, the Ironkin are equal and valuable members of their starfaring society, both in times of peace and of war. Few species in the galaxy can match the kin for resilience of body, mind, and spirit. They are indefatigable, but also highly conservative. It takes a great deal to change their minds, and those not of their species stand little chance of doing so. This makes the kin implacable enemies. It also makes them valuable allies, but securing their aid is no easy matter. The kin look to their own familial duties and obligations first, and ultimately to the survival of their race. If they deem the motivations of others to go against these particular interests, then they are more likely to become foes than friends. As a race whose earliest origins lie aboard void-born mining fleets, the kin have an unforgiving moral code. A filter changed late, a weak seam missed, a water tank left leaking. These and a million other minor lapses can spell disaster when voyaging through the inimical void. Equally, to overlook valuable resources locked away within a stellar body, asteroid field, or particulate belt can leave a ship without the raw materials required to effect repairs or to fuel systems. When waste, laziness, or even simple error can spell death for all aboard, these become the worst of sins. From painful experience has emerged the rugged survivalist culture of the kin, who find strength and unity in the endless quest to acquire the resources their kindreds need to endure. It is this apparent acquisitiveness that has caused many other species to judge the kin, often harshly, as selfish hoarders. All kin, barring only rare outcasts, belong to a kindred. These are groupings somewhere between extended families and close-knit nations, and vary in size from a few dozens of kin up to many thousands, or even millions. All kin in a kindred have sprung from its crucibles, and thus share a genetic bond stronger than any allegiance to any flag. They usually live, train, and toil within their kindred's hold, when not abroad amongst the stars for trade, prospecting, or war. The kin habitually load apparently simple terms such as hold with nuanced meaning, being disinclined to even waste words. Thus, while the term is used throughout the leagues of Votann, it can refer to wildly different structures and locations. Some holds are fusions of fortification, city industrial complex, and strip mine, the largest of which may sprawl across or honeycomb beneath much of a world's surface. Others may be heavily armed void stations, chains of domes scattered throughout asteroid belts, nomadic harvesting fleets, siphoning plants riding the fringes of black holes, or even stranger marvels of technology. A kindred can be a commanding force. Its hold may boast bustling cityscapes, industrial and military powerhouses, and many massive void ships. Yet, greater still are the leagues of Votann. Nearly all kindreds are part of one or another league, proudly displaying their colors and emblems while sharing trade, military support, guild tariffs, and so on. Many leagues have existed for millennia. The Greater Thurian League, the Emir Conglomerate, the Urani Surtur Regulates, the Typhon Styx Protectorate, and others are established and ancient power blocks. Some, such as the ill-fated Capellan League, have declined over the centuries, while others, like the Cronus Hegemony or the Sarentok Mercantile Leagues, are more recently established. At the heart of every league lies at least one Votann, also known as Ancestor Corps. The kin believe these venerable thinking machines were created in a lost age of myth and departed their home world aboard the first kin mining fleets. The Votann were sent into the void alongside the kin to provide them with all the wisdom and aid they would require. The nodes through which that wisdom flowed have now become the fanes that lie within all kindred holds. The Votann are of incalculable value and importance to the kin. The millennia have wrought strange changes in these machine intelligences, rendering them ponderous and senescent. Yet they remain all-knowing repositories of lore and treasured links to the ancestors of untold centuries. Kin who can commune with the Votann are known as the Grimnir, or sometimes living ancestors, and are universally respected. Millennia have passed since the very first holds were established in the galactic core. The kin have been content to remain largely within the bounds of that strange region, which has long daunted many other races. Powers such as the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Eldari, and the worshippers of chaos have forged inroads into the core, of course. Some sought the incredible riches generated by the region's stellar nurseries and cosmic phenomena. Others hoped to hide amidst its turbulent gravitic anomalies, or to investigate the dense asteroid clusters flung out from the accretion disks around the supermassive black hole at the galaxy's heart. Yet the core is a forge for stars, an immense swath of wild space within which the fundamental forces of the universe rage. Many are the blasted ruins and the drifting void hulks that form the headstones of those who sought sanctuary or fortune there. Such was not to be the fate of the kin, however. Boasting physiologies and technologies seemingly tailored for survival in the perilous region, they prospered where others failed. Their Chthonian mining guilds were the hardiest of all. And it was these heavily augmented and suicidally courageous individuals who delved swiftest and deepest. By the bloody light of red giants, their space-borne particle excavators disassembled newborn stars from the inside out, then employed their fusion harvest to refine elements undreamt of to fuel burgeoning industries. Kindred void ships sliced planets apart, then deployed external refinery rigs on miles-long umbilici to reap the molten harvest. Cosmic radiation and particulate belts that had been old when the war in heaven was fought were drawn into immense plasma conductors, or caught in atomic scoops, then transfigured into the materials the kin required to survive. One by one, the leagues formed. Trade routes bridged void straits, battered by searing stellar winds, or saw merchant craft ply back and forth between the core's outer circumnuclear disk and the ominous dead zone that encircled its heart. More and greater holds were raised upon worlds where night never fell due to the sheer stellar density in the skies above. Life was hard, but the rewards were plentiful, and the kin saw clearly the benefits of thriving in a location where competitor species could not. Thus, as the millennia passed, the leagues of Votann continued to focus upon settling the immense sprawl of the core and upon exploiting its boundless riches. This is not to say that the kin never ventured into the wider galaxy. The boldest among them were driven to prospect beyond the core, or to establish trade with species other than their own. More than this, there is a prevailing belief within kin culture that, in order to honor the ancestors, one must live a full life and discover or learn all that one can. This was reason enough to see countless kin exploratory and prospecting fleets, commonly called prospects, set out into the wider galaxy. It also compelled bands of kin to leave their people and to fight as mercenaries in the wars of other species, returning only when they had gathered knowledge and experience fit to offer the Votann. Between these expeditions and contact with alien races, also able to endure the galactic core, the leagues of Votann have encountered all of the galaxy's greatest powers in one context or another. However, in many cases, these contacts were isolated to a single fleet, conflict, or trade agreement. The kin remain close-mouthed around outsiders, seeing no reason to reveal the extent of their holdings in the galactic core, or risk revealing the existence of the Votann. Many peoples they came into contact with thus mistook a single kindred or league for the entirety of some comparatively minor alien race. In imperial records, it is impossible to say how many itinerant nomad races, unclassified Xenos trade fleets, or so-called abhuman enclaves have actually been kin. Where they have been identified consistently, the kin are typically known to the Imperium by the rather pejorative term squats, and vary their classification between abhuman and true Xenos. The kin have been mistakenly known to Tau and human alike as the Demiurge, to the Eldari as the Heliosi ancients, and to various other peoples as the Nastari, the Grom, or the Kreg, amongst others. The kin bear all of this with a mixture of contempt and amusement. Their own oldest records do much to confirm a link between the ancestors and ancient, pre-imperial Terra, but to the kin this only encourages greater care in their dealings with humanity. The leagues decided long ago that neither the God Emperor nor the Omnissiah were any deity of theirs. As such, they see anything that might offer the Imperium greater claim to impose its will upon them as something to be avoided. Alongside exploration, trade, and prospecting, the kin have also fought countless wars. A disproportionate number of these campaigns have been waged against the Orks, who remain their most hated and frequent foes. The Greenskins' crude but hardy civilizations flourish as well in the galactic core as they do everywhere else, while their anarchic, destructive nature is anathema to everything the kin value. It is a combination that has seen mutual aggression rage between the two species. The kin have scarcely more time for the worshippers of the dark gods, who they view with a mixture of disgust and bewilderment. They dislike the Necrons also, against whom they have fought numerous times, when their excavations disturb tomb complexes, or ancient dynasties return to reclaim worlds settled by the kin. The Tyranids, meanwhile, are known throughout the leagues of Votann simply as the Bane, and are afforded the wary respect one gives to especially intelligent and dangerous predators. This has not prevented some kindreds from actively stalking Tyranid splinter fleets, striking at isolated hive ships in order to harvest their resource-rich bounty. Humanity has been the enemy of the leagues as often as their allies. Inquisitors and intolerant space marines are quick to name the kin as Xenos and demand their slaughter. The Adeptus Mechanicus, meanwhile, are viewed by the kin as superstitious tech shaman, whose acquisitive ignorance makes them dangerous, and who are to be swiftly eliminated where they cannot be avoided. With the Eldari, the Tau, and a number of other alien races, the kin have maintained semi-cordial relations and achieved sporadic trade. Exceptions have still arisen, of course. The kin have little patience for the gruesome excess of the Drukhari, or what they see as the arrogance of the Asurnyani, and of late have clashed around the fringes of the Kalanath expanse with the dynamic Tau Empire. So conservative is kin society that as a race, there are certain truisms and idioms that have found universal acceptance amongst them. The kin call these their truths, and treat them as articles of sincere good sense that are loaded with more nuance and meaning than is immediately apparent. The most common of these frequent kin saying, "The ancestors are watching," which often doubles as a battle cry. One interpretation of this truth is that all generations who have gone before are judging the deeds of the living kin, who must strive their hardest to live up to those who came before. Yet equally, this truth can remind the kin that their ancestors live on in every new generation, and that they are never alone while their forebears stand with them. There are many other truths, from describing worthless objects or foolish schemes as a prize for an orc, to encompassing the depth of the race's spacefaring prowess in the simple statement, "The void is in our veins." Like the kin themselves, to outsiders, the truths seem uncomplicated and direct, yet in reality, they are far more complex. Kin society. Traditionalist as they are, the kin hold true to core societal structures and ideals no matter which kindred or league they belong to. The leagues of Votann, the kindreds, and the guilds form the foundations upon which the kin build, and also the venerable institutions whose survival they fight to ensure. The familial bond of the kindred remains with kin and iron kin, whether they live and work within their hold or roam the stars as warriors, merchants, miners, or courageous Hernkin rangers. There is a shared understanding between members of a kindred that goes deeper than words. It is a commonality of thought and action that binds their armies tight and can appear to outsiders like some form of low-level telepathy. Every kindred has its own name, chosen when it was founded. Some, including Scalfi's kindred, kindred of Narun, or Vikit's kin, are named for the ancestor credited with their establishment. Others are named after a defining feature of their hold world, such as the kindred of Echodark, the Thousand Stars kindred, or the Iron Canyon kindred. Oddly basic names are used by some, like Kindred 6 or Kindred 11D, while others boast names that speak to their essential natures, such as the Star Delver kindred or the Kindred of Orc Slayers. The kin are also known to mingle these forms, producing names such as Yod's Black Pillars kindred or the kindred of Stoic Night Gulf. Other than its people, the heart of every kindred lies in its 4 pillars. The first is the hearth, the fire that burns at the heart of the hold, echoing the times when all kin sailed the stars aboard vast generation ships. The hearth is the blazing reactor that powers the hold's defenses and sustains light and life. Its fires are said to burn within the breast of all its kin, only extinguished if every last member of a kindred falls. The second pillar is the forge, wherein the kindred craft the weapons, equipment, tools, vehicles, and technologies required to sustain them. In planet-based holds, the forge may be a conventional, if vast, industrial workshop, but in others it may take the form of a huge factory vessel, a hollowed-out industrial asteroid, or a grav-anchored factory station. The third pillar is the fane, tended to by the living ancestors. From the fane flows the wisdom of the Votann, for it is here that the Grimnir interface with their ancestor cores. The final pillar is the crucible, whose genomic cloning technologies ensure the kindred's continuation, and whose ancient devices are defended by the oath-sworn orders of the Ember. Every kindred governs itself from a huge spherical chamber known as the Spakerond. Here, the Hearthspake gathers, a ruling council of guildmasters, senior officers of the military kinhost, and wise and cunning Grimnir. For all their familial bonds, The members of the Hearthspake are much given to strident debate and obstinacy. Kin are slow to change their minds. When one believes firmly that he or she knows what is best for the kindred, they can be remarkably stiff-necked. Moreover, all are keenly conscious that the ancestors are watching. Though voices are often raised and debates may last for days, the Hearthspake sees little of the politicking or self-interested maneuvering that typifies many species' political arenas. The kin might be hard-headed, but they are almost always earnest and honest in their desire to guide their kindred well. Guilds spread through kin society like veins of ore through bedrock. They are uniting bodies made up of all those kin who perform a particular role or provide a particular service within a region of kin space. Every guild is ruled over by its guild masters, who set standards for guild accreditation, expected levels of workmanship, and the tithes their members levy. The most prominent guild masters also attend the Hearthspake to give voices to the civilian kin. In theory, the guilds exist apart from kindred affiliations. They are meant to be a means by which fair competition is maintained across kin space without kindred loyalties carrying undue weight. In practice, smaller guilds rarely extend their influence beyond a single hold or kindred. Moreover, guild affiliation is a voluntary step that not all kin take. Guild members look askance at freelancers, while freelancers in turn despair at those they see as hidebound guildsmen. Where large guilds do reach across multiple kindreds, there is no guarantee another enterprising group of kin won't decide to set up a rival guild. Competition can become heated between such bodies. Other races have been caught in the crossfire as competing guilds sponsor oath-brand expeditions into rich systems, caring far more about beating their rivals to the punch than about the luckless civilizations already inhabiting contested worlds. Despite their fractious natures, guilds are invaluable to kin society. They smooth trade and transit between kindreds. They provide organizational administration and support throughout the leagues, from star mining and gravitic fracking to military supply chains, voidcraft repair, the provision and preparation of food and drink, the construction of homes and holds, and every other aspect of kin manufacture and distribution. It all functions better thanks to the guild's competition and high standards. The first leagues of Votann were formed by kindreds in direct possession of ancestor cores. The leagues were initially military alliances intended to ensure the precious Votann were protected and sprang naturally out of the long march mining fleets that settled the galactic core. Soon enough, the leagues became mutually beneficial allied bodies, comparable to star-spanning nations. Each league possesses sole claim to the ancient heraldic colors and logos of one of the Long March mining fleets. Every kindred that belongs to a league is thus entitled to display these schemes and sigils in whatever fashion they see fit, providing it is suitably respectful. Over time, the territories claimed by each league within the Galactic Core have become relatively set, while prevailing cultures, specialisms, and outlooks have come to prominence within their member kindreds. The many kindreds of the Greater Thurian League, for example, tend toward the core kin values of trade and prospecting, and are known and respected for being especially mercenary. Those of the Trans-Hyperion Alliance are renowned as explorers and voyagers, for they possess an almost puritanical drive to enrich the Votann as much as possible, whether by discovery or military conquest. The Cronus hegemony and Grendel dominance are an overtly warlike, with the kindreds of the Cronus hegemony particularly notorious for their mechanized onslaughts and apparent willingness to declare grudge at the least provocation. The Jotun Eridani combine are renowned for their craftsmanship and forging. The Urani Surtur regulates have a reputation for incredible stoicism and self-reliance. The Gulo industrial complex are unmatched in the fields of void mining and terraforming, and no league boasts greater or more indomitable fortifications than the kindreds of the Typhon Styx Protectorate. These are but some of the many leagues of Votann scattered throughout the galactic core. Even the kin no longer know the full extent or composition of these alliances, for while it is uncommon due to their conservative natures, it is not unheard of for kindreds to leave one league in order to join another. In addition, some leagues have declined in power and importance until they fragmented, while others have been annihilated wholesale by war or tragedy, or have been cut off by the emergent warp storms of the Great Rift. Other leagues have been newly founded, sometimes in far remote territories, or else been refounded in name by those who wish to honor some ancient league believed long lost. Origins and adaptations. It is possible that the ancestor cores retain records of all kin history since their earliest days. If such information survives, however, it is likely buried beyond recovery. Accordingly, even the perennially thorough and practical kin have been forced to accept that, after a certain point, their ancestors' histories blur into myth. The leagues of Votann are named in honor of Votann itself, who is also known variously as the Primal Ancestor, the Gilded One, or the Stone Mind, amongst others. In some kin myths, Votann was not one being, but many, and is sometimes depicted as a group of gleaming golden figures, or a wheel of graven stone faces. In other myths, Votann fashioned the first crucibles, then raised the kin up and sent them sailing into the dark void, before oceans of fire and flesh rose to swallow them. Some myths speak of Votann as eldest and wisest of the first ancestors, themselves shadowy presences ill-defined and showed in many different forms, both humanoid and otherwise, where they are depicted at all. With typical pragmatism, the kin accept that their myths are too contradictory, allegorical, and suspect to be cited as possessing a definite basis in fact. None of this troubles them overly. Steeped as they are in tradition and dour realism, the kin feel less need than humans to don the armor of faith. They are not frightened by the inexplicable. Instead, they accept reality as they see it to be. If there are matters in their ancient past of which they have no understanding, then, unless those matters suddenly become relevant to their present, the kin set them aside. Of course, many Grimnir continue to interface with the ancestor cores in the hopes of asking the right questions to unlock portions of their ancient history. Most do this more out of curiosity and desire for completeness, however, rather than being motivated by some existential need. For all this, there are certain articles of lost history that the kin deem indisputable fact. They call these the first truths. It is a first truth that their earliest ancestors departed the home world, almost certainly pre-Imperial Terra, millennia ago aboard fleets of generation ships. It is a first truth that the kin were a cloned people from the beginning, and that the Iron Kin have been with them since those earliest days. It is a first truth also that the ancestors of the kin set out as miners, prospectors, and void dredgers charged with exploiting the riches of the heavens. Kin myth blends into recorded history around the time their Long March fleets were approaching the galactic core. Why they did not return to the heartlands of humanity is unclear. From the fact that so many kin fleets plunged into the galactic core within a period of only a few centuries, it might be inferred that a deliberate choice was made. It is during this period that the last references to the first ancestors can be found, often blurring with or transitioning into mentions of the ancestor cores. These are themselves also referred to collectively as the Votann, with the kin employing the two terms interchangeably. The first ancestors are cited here as agents of change, and held responsible for the majority of the stable mutations, collectively known as clone skeins, that run through the kin gene pool. This pool appears to have been broad, deep, and varied from the first, putting the lie to simplistic notions of a clone race all being literally identical. The Votann are thought to have hardened the kin both physically and spiritually. Some accounts claim this was in response to a perceived threat. Others, that it was done to ready the kin for inhabiting their harsh new home in the galactic core. In practical terms, the introduction of the clone skeins gave the kin denser musculature, tougher bone structures, higher red and white cell counts, exceptional core strength, and formidable physical resilience. More esoteric, but no less evident, are the changes worked on the kin spirit, which cause their souls to shine far more dimly amidst the tides of the warp than those of humans. The kin evidence no uncontrolled psychic mutation, and only those with the appropriate psychoactive clone scheme can activate the so-called barrier tech that allows psychically active kin to interact with the Empyrean. It is rare indeed that kin fall victim to physical mutation, demonic possession, or the temptations of chaos. Hostile psychic abilities struggle to find purchase upon them. It has been suggested by some outside observers that this very hardening of spirit led the kin to become ever more obstinate and conservative in character. If this is so, then it is just one side of a metaphysical feedback loop that has benefited their race greatly across the millennia. Beyond these benefits, there are many clone schemes that impart useful physical abilities upon kin who possess them. From enhanced reaction times and vision that registers infrared, or other energistic spectra, to limited resistance to extremes of temperature, gravity, or strains of cosmic radiation. The list goes on. The clone schemes undeniably aided the kin in enduring the extreme environments of the galactic core. Many clone schemes manifest physically, whether it being unusually colored eyes or skin, craggy subdermal layers, chemical body odors, or various other giveaways. To humanity, such physical abnormalities would surely be cause for prejudice and mistreatment. To the kin, they are rather badges of valuable ability, either bequeathed by the ineffable ancestor cores or encouraged by the cloner guilds during gestation. Obscure legend gives way entirely to historical record during the following centuries, as scattered kindred fleets settled new worlds, established trade routes, and became the first leagues of Votann. The Votann. The Votann, or ancestor cores, are as sacred to the kin as gods are to more spiritual races. Part oracular fonts of wisdom, part gestalt ancestral presences, and part sentient supercogitators. The Votann are the foci for a secular cult of veneration which is as close as the kin come to religious belief. No league would risk harm to its ancestor core if there was any other path, and no kin nor iron kin would hesitate to lay down their lives in defense of the Votann. By custom, the kin do not speak of the Votann to outsiders. They use their name freely enough, but never explain it, content to leave others to believe what they want of the word. The Votann belong to the kin, just as the kin belong to the Votann, and no other peoples have any place in that relationship. In part, this is because superstitious non-kin would be apt to misinterpret the ancestor cores as deities or demons. In truth, the Votann can best be described as ancient machine intelligences, so complex and powerful as to be nigh on supernatural. Their self-organized data stacks and quantum info cores hold all the information a race might need to thrive in the depths of space. Weapon specifications, standard template constructs, scientific and philosophical learnings, genealogical data, military and survival theory and strategy. These are just parts of the wealth of lore buried within the machine minds of the Votann. So bright do their artificial intellects shine that kin voidfarers are even able to use them as localized beacons within the warp. Herein lies the other reason the kin do not speak of the Votann to outsiders. In a dark and ignorant age, few treasures are as precious or dangerous as knowledge. Sadly, for the kin, the wisdom of the ancestor cores has become ever harder to access as the millennia have passed. Whoever created these incredible machine minds, it seems unlikely that they were ever meant to continue independent operation for as long as they have. Nor, perhaps, were they equipped to wrestle with the intellectual or moral dilemmas or galactic truths they have been faced with. More and more information, dutifully cataloged and filed away, has filled their mental storehouses to overflowing. Questions posed to the Votann have required them to adapt their own processing subroutines through self-guided evolution, and at times to request information or mechanical augmentation. Over-association with the true living minds of the kin has led some Votann to develop strange behavioral quirks akin to rudimentary personalities. All of them have become more ponderous of thought. Questions asked of the Votann may take as much as centuries to receive an answer, which may even then be another question. Information not regularly accessed has vanished into lost data vaults deep within their mental architecture, while vital facts or details have been mired in self-replicating layers of data amendments. Day by day, the ancestor cores become more senescent, and in some cases, mercurial. Ironically, the cultural practices of the kin may have actually contributed, however unwittingly, to the ancestor core's decline. The Votann have long borne responsibility for regulating the genomic data required to breed each new generation of kin, even as the race has grown exponentially. Perhaps most demanding of all, they have also accepted into themselves the accumulated and often duplicate cerebral data of endless generations of dead kin and iron kin. It seems likely this custom was once purely practical, part of some pragmatic routine that saw the bodies of the fallen recycled for nutrients and raw material. In more recent millennia, however, it has taken on an element of ritual that has seen mountainous drifts of information drown even the hyper-technological mind cores of the Votann. All kin desire to rejoin the ancestors upon their deaths, with their bodies and minds offered up to the Votann, in belief that their experiences will enrich the machine minds and aid future generations. This places great pressure on the individual kin to live up to the perceived ideals of their ancestors, driving them on to illuminate dark new corners of space, to witness sights no kin before them has, and to engage in adventure and battle across the vast span of the galaxy. It is a major motivator in oath bands setting out to fight as soldiers of fortune in the wars of other races. For doing so allows them to learn much from their temporary employers, not least the movements of potentially hostile foes and the locations of rich caches of resources. They then return to their people, more grizzled and wise than ever before. The tradition of returning to the ancestors also provides the kindreds with their greatest means of sentencing transgressors. It is viewed as a waste of resource to incarcerate those kin so aberrant that they would commit cardinal crimes against their own. Murder, extreme wastage, and abject failure have but one possible punishment: that they might no longer burden their family. The culprit is sent into exile, from which vanishingly few ever return. At the same time, their name is told to the Votann, so that the ancestors know who has failed them and can forbid the transgressor entrance into another kindred or league. To the kin, the true horror of this sentence is neither death nor loneliness, but rather that they will never be permitted to return to the ancestors. Their entire life and all their experiences are thus rendered meaningless. The kin say of this fate that it would be better never to have drawn breath. The thought of exile is one of very few that inspires true dread amongst them, and its threat does more to stay the hand of lawbreakers than would any amount of corporal punishment or fire and brimstone dogma. It is the Grimnir who come closest to speaking to the Votann. To them falls the duty of asking the ancestors for wisdom and guidance, and interpreting the resultant output. This they do within the arcane technological structures called Fanes. Every hold has a Fane, a space of timeless devices and quiet contemplation, at the heart of which lies a complex tangle of machinery that is part altar and part interface. It is said that once these machines were simply the nodes through which the wisdom of the Votann flashed with the speed of thought from one voidcraft to another. They still fulfill this practical purpose. Culturally, though, Fanes have taken on a greater spiritual significance to the kin, so that now they are viewed as places where one stands in the full regard of the ancestors, and where the presence of the Votann lies heavy and somber. Indeed, through arcane technological processes that even the kin do not understand, There have been instances recorded of Fanes miraculously developing artificial intellect in their own right, and joining the ranks of the Votann themselves. These occurrences of miraculous self-awareness are cause for great honor and celebration amongst the kindred in whose hold they occur. By comparison, though, more than one Votann has degenerated in recent centuries until they have become little more than Fanes themselves. To witness such decline is a terrible tragedy to the kin. Alliances such as the Capellan League or the disintegrating Belor Atoll conglomerate endured long years of mourning after their ancestor cores suffered this fate.